Oh, damn. Jizzle Jizzle jump scare. Okay, so I forgot I had that up on my OBS. But welcome to Channel 2S, everyone. I'm your host, Second Sidewave, and we're back to finish off the high-res God Gundam. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I noticed some questions in chat earlier. I'm not sure why they were being asked hours before the stream starts, but I'll go ahead and answer them anyways. No, Reiji, I have no idea if you're here currently, but I'll just go ahead. Oh, there you are. Okay, so you are here. To answer your questions, Primare, I do not believe has been represented in SRW. It's a very new show, and I think we've only gotten one SRW game since it came out, and that one was more so focused on featuring classic series because that was kind of the big 30th anniversary game. And Extreme Gundam is not in the HGUC line. Well, yes and no, because the HGUC line, they have like different sub-names they use for things like After Colony and Cosmic Era, even though they're part of the same line technically, like they have the same numbering, but they do change the timeline labeling based off of which timeline they come from. And in the specific case of the Extreme Gundam, because it doesn't canonically come from any timeline, they just left that part blank. So if you look at the box for a high-grade Extreme Gundam, it just says HG with no timeline marker underneath it. So that's kind of how they distinguished it. And as far as cross-ANG kits go, yes, that would be very cool, and also something I would fully expect probably either Moderoid or Bandai to do. If you're looking for some good cross-ANG representation on your shelves right now, though, there is a pretty comprehensive line of robot spirits for the series. And no, John, this is not the real grade. This is the high-res model as it says in the video title. Gonna take the red boomerang storage from the Destiny and sandwich them between the Helios shoulders. Oh, okay, it'll give the Helios the beam boomerangs from the Destiny. Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, also, hey Curious, welcome to the stream. I said HGC line, which includes HG. Yeah, exactly, that's pretty much what I said. So where does Extreme Gundam fit into that? Well, I just explained it. Okay, don't call me Riku, don't ever call me that again. I'm not the Foot Lord. I'm the Foot King. Also, just, yeah, exactly. Dipper said it there, too. Also, hey, Matt, welcome to the stream. So, what do we got? We got like 10 people here. I'm going to go ahead and pop this open right now. So, hopefully today we'll be able to make a little more progress on the God Gundam than we did last time. This kit has been really surprising me, and not necessarily in a good way. I have never had this many fitment issues with an official Bandai model before. Unfortunately, because of the way that these pieces are designed, this whole kit, basically the whole kit, pretty much all these outer armor pieces have this really thick gloss coating on them. And it does make the kit look pretty nice. It has kind of a similar look to I believe the real grade gold frame is the most prominent other kit I can think of that had that kind of finish on it. And it looks nice. It looks nice. But man, does it screw with the fitment of these parts a lot. There's a lot of pieces that I had to like really squeeze together. I had to bust out the clamp a couple times. There were a few pieces where I had to like lean down on the table to get them to actually jam into place. So definitely not what I was expecting from this kit. So hopefully we'll be able to get a lot further along. As you can see, last time all we really got to do was the torso and part of the arms, as well as the head. That was quite difficult to get together. And even still, there's quite a few really big gaps on the head here where I just couldn't get the parts to sit properly. So that is a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully this kit looks good once it's all together. But I will say that so far my expectations that I had for this kit haven't quite been met. It is a little bit disappointing, especially given the price. Now, part of the reason that I chose to build this kit now is that it does have a bootleg coming out by MJH, which is kind of like the reborn version of Dragon Momoko. I believe it's pretty much the same people running it. And it's pretty much a full model kit version of this, so instead of having the pre-built frame, the whole thing is assembled. The pre-built frame isn't really as much of an improvement to this kit as I thought it was going to be. It doesn't feel quite as substantial as I was hoping. There's no die-cast basically anywhere except for the bottoms of the feet and a little bit on the back of the legs. It was really underwhelming in that regard. I was also thinking there'd maybe be like some metallic painted, like pre-painted areas on the frame, but there's almost no pre-painting on the frame. There's almost no metal. It really doesn't feel like it needed to be pre-assembled. So I don't think you'd be losing a whole lot by missing out on the pre-built frame with the MJH version. Although, and funnily enough, one of the biggest things that I would often praise Bandai kits for over the bootlegs is that They usually have pretty much impeccable tolerances when it comes to how the pieces fit together, and just the overall fitment and quality is top notch. But honestly, with this kit, I'm not even sure if the Bandai one is that much of an improvement over the MJH one. So at the end of the day, once all is said and done, with the MJH kit being significantly cheaper than the high res, it might actually end up being the better option. And speaking of significantly cheaper, I've been plugging this at the end of my streams, but I think I should mention at the beginning as well, because they really do have a pretty good sale going. Channel sponsor, New Type HQ. If you go down the link in the description, it should be the first or second link. They are having their summer sale. They've had it for a while, and they have a lot of kits on sale, including some pretty great deals. So if you want to get yourself some Gunpla, and if you're in the US, go down, check that link out, and get yourself some kits. We lost Ted today. Which Ted? Ted Kaczynski? Ted Cruz? Ted from the movie? Oh wait, is that a Witch from Mercury spoiler? I still haven't caught up with the show yet. What do I think of the current state of the MG line? Do I think it's going to be replaced by full mechanics? So I actually just watched that video that Zach put out yesterday, which was a very good video, very interesting. And I can't remember if Zach said himself or it was someone in a comment that pointed out, but it does seem like it's not just a matter of Bandai making less master grades. It really does seem like they're kind of pulling away from the 1/100 scale in general. And I kind of have the feeling that the only reason Bandai is continuing 1/100 at all at this point is just because so many people are already invested in it. I really don't think Bandai wants to keep making kits at that scale, and I think they're trying to do everything they can to kind of push people towards 1/144th. And I'm not sure how that's going to work out for them, because on one hand, probably a lot of builders do build both scales and would be perfectly fine shifting to 1/144th, especially with higher quality options at that scale, like real grade. However, I think there's a lot of people that really, really like the 1/100 scale. They really like the bigger size and the inner frames and all the heft and quality that comes with those bigger kits. And I think a lot of those people are going to start to move away towards some independent China plug, because most of those kits you see coming out of China, those are 1/100 scale kits. So if you're feeling starved for master grades, go to one of those sites like, was it Gundam Model Central and Shozi Store, I think, are like the two big ones. New Type HQ does actually have some third-party kits, but they have a pretty small selection since it's kind of hard to get distribution for them in the US. But if you go to the right places online, you can find a lot of really, really nice 1/100 scale kits to choose from. If you're feeling a little bit starved from what Bandai's putting out. Oh, you put them in when the Discord notification went on, Reggie. Okay, that makes sense. MG line is doing good. People complain because PBN is just a better system. I wouldn't say it's a better system, and I certainly wouldn't say it's doing good. No matter how they're being released, retail or otherwise, we really are seeing a pretty severe lack of master grades. Oh, MG declining outside the whole effectively an economic apocalypse is that the MG price, that is another big part of it. That is another big part of it, Kat, because that's a big reason that I haven't bought any master grades recently. Is it used to be the master grade price range was like $35 to $50, and that was what 90% of the kits were. Now it's more like $50 to $70, and to be fair, Gunpla has always been, as far as like value goes, a bit on the cheap side for what it is in terms of quality. So I kind of don't mind paying more for them, but at the same time, I gotta really like a kit to drop $70 on it. And a lot of the recent master grades we've gotten that are kind of in that range just aren't worth it to me. You know, like the master grade Zeta Verka. I like it. I probably would like it more than my 2.0. I probably want to get one at some point, but it's also like a, $70 to $80 kit, and that's a lot of money to drop on a master grade, especially when it's not something huge like a Sazabi. And yeah, so we're back with the 2S streams. May I count the P-Band normal? I mean, yeah, but a lot of that's just like recolors and stuff. We're not getting like new, like there's a difference between a year where we get like 14 different repaints of whatever kits, and then the years where we actually get like lots of new substantial content for the master grade line. And sure, we get like this kind of oddball master grade stuff sometimes, but in terms of like big master grade releases, yeah, sometimes they get pushed into the P Bandai shop, like the F90, the Mark V, the Estrella, but then there's others that really wouldn't, that really, it's different. It's the type of stuff they release at P Bandai is a bit different, and I don't think it's a case of them shifting them to the web shop. I think they really are trying to phase them out completely at some point. Bandai's always made non-MG 100 kits the same time as MGs. Yeah, I don't think that's part of them phasing it out, but it does seem like they're kind of separating apart the two halves of 1/100 more. So like we used to just get a whole bunch of master grades, and now it seems like they're kind of pulling master grade apart into the lower end full mechanics, which really aren't any cheaper than a normal master grade, so they're not really low end. And then you have like the premium master grades like your Vercause and your master grade extremes, and it seems like they're kind of separating out like the mid-range master grade into those two more extreme categories. How is P Bandai better? They're unnecessarily expensive. Apparently Japanese customers prefer it because it's easier for them to go to the store and order them online. However, if you're not in Japan, a lot of times the prices can fluctuate wildly depending on what country you're in. And in some countries like the US, there is a pretty massive markup over what those same kits would cost at retail. The Eclipse Gundam is actually a really good example of it because there's a version at retail and then there's the version of the P Bandai store. Basically the same kit, just a recolor. The Unit 2 has a bit bigger sensor on the head. There's like 2 pieces retooled for that. Aside from that, basically the same kit. But there's also a $15 to $20 price difference between getting the Eclipse at retail and getting the Eclipse at the P Bandai shop for no other reason other than just the fact that one of them's P Bandai exclusive. So you're kind of paying a lot extra for not a whole lot in return. And yes, Manpig, we're jumping straight back into hell. They could never do what they did with the new Vercon on a smaller scale. No, they definitely could not. I think we'll never see Master Grade go away completely, but I think it'll become more of a perfect grade type thing where we just get like 1 or 2 kits here and there as like big special releases. Japan basically has no web stores. They love P Bandai. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Builders in Japan generally prefer P Bandai over general stores. It's more convenient and they have a higher chance of buying it. Yeah, exactly. So it's better for them, not necessarily better for international. So now that I'm caught up with chat, we can finally get started building. So I believe we were on the arms. We already did the forearms. Now we can start on the shoulders. Oh wait, I haven't even done the hands yet. Okay, let's do the hands. Oh, you did, Manpig. How was it? I really want to see that movie. I'm hoping it's good. I did enjoy Bumblebee quite a lot. Where is my... I need to organize these runners better. Let's see. So there's A. B is the blue one. And then we got... clamp over to here, so we got C and D and E. Okay. Move that to there, and D runners can go down here. Okay, that's good enough. So in Australia, it's delayed by 2 weeks. Oh, that sucks. You'd think by now we'd get international simultaneous releases for movies. I mean, it's all, as far as I understand, they're pretty much all digitally distributed now, so it's not like they need to mail out the film stock or anything. Especially if it's in English, like there's not even any dubbing that needs to be done, so I don't really see why they don't just release everything simultaneously. So it looks like he has Master Grade style swap out fingers. I'm going to go ahead and pop all of these off the runner at once just to get it out of the way. No spoilers. I've personally loved it. That's good. I think I would probably enjoy it from what I've heard about it. I really enjoyed Bumblebee, and this seems to be more in line with that than the Michael Bay movies, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. Bandai starting all these subcategories and grades further dilutes the other lineup. Why make MGX or full mechanics are all 100? Well, because they're different levels of quality. Like they've gone from master grade being 100 to having low end 100, which is your full mechanics, and then high end 100, which is your master grade extreme. It's just like how with 144th we have high grades and we have real grades. Don't go into expecting a Beast Wars story. They're there, but not the focus. That's kind of what I suspected. I'm assuming it's going to be more focused on the Autobots and humans. Favorite Transformers live action? Very cool. No David K. I mean, as far as I understand of the movie, I don't think the Predacons are in it at all. So I don't know why there would be David K there in the first place. Like, as far as I understand, it's just the Terracons, the Maximals, and the Autobots, plus Unicron. I love the new designs for the Terracons, though, especially Battletrop. Like, I love that even though they're going, like, faithful to G1 for the main, like, the iconic character designs, when it comes to, like, the more out there characters like Battletrap that are more obscure, they're getting really creative with designs. And, you know, I think it's just a good design. Like, a lot of the Bayformers designs, some of them are good. You know, you got your like your Jazzes that are pretty nice looking. I think Barricade was another pretty cool design, but then some of them are just really freaking ugly. Especially as the later movies got on, they just started these just kind of big blobs of gray or black metal. So it's really nice to see some better character design, even on the characters that aren't being super 100% faithful to G1. I like the character selection too, like Scourge, Battletrap, Nightbird. That's a really cool selection of Decepticons that you wouldn't expect to see in a movie like this. And again, because they're not like super high profile characters, it gives them more freedom with them to kind of give them their own characterization for the movies without kind of trampling on the legacies of, you know, some of the more high profile characters. Crow said Pete Davidson's Mirage is his favorite, said a lot about the movie. I didn't know Pete Davidson was Mirage in this. That's interesting. Re 100 Dogas suck anyways. Yeah, the Re 100 Dogas were some of the weaker Re 100 kits from what I saw. Is that all the hand parts? No, there's little thumb pieces that I'm missing. Oh, they're right here. PG 100. I mean, that's basically what MGEX is, yeah. Don't really mind the slow announcement of kits because they're already dead-ass thousands of kits to collect, but reprint older stuff, please. Yeah, they haven't been reprinting a lot of older kits either, although they have come out with a few cool ones, like the Amazing Red Warrior got a reprint recently, so I've been definitely planning on picking that up because that is a kit that does not get reprinted often, and it's a very cool, underrated model. If you like the two Decepticons from Bumblebee, you'll like the Terracons just as much. Awesome. Yeah. I liked Dropkick and Shatter just because it was kind of cool to just see just non mainstream Decepticons in the movie. You know, new characters. That was fun. Even though Dropkick and Shatter or Fracture, I guess she was called in the first movie, were kind of technically in the expanded movie lore. They just weren't actually in the movies themselves. I think I have the not the original Dropkick figure, but I have the Autobot recolor they made of him salvage. I don't remember exactly where he is. I think he's seen some better days, so he's probably stuffed in the back of a box somewhere, but I do have one somewhere kicking around here. Where the Master Grade Stein narrative version in Zaku Kai at? Zaku Kai definitely needs a reprint. Honestly, when it comes to the Sinanju Stein, I would really recommend the Verka over the narrative one. I think the bright white looks so much better than that weird gray they chose for the narrative armor, and the sleeve markings just clash so hard with how clean the rest of the design is. I did not like what they did with the Sinanju Stein for narrative really at all. I think the original Stein design looked great, and the whole point of it was that it was like a really clean blank slate. So just haphazardly slapping some sleeves markings on it, I think was a really poor choice. Love Scourge, or as an RID 2001 fan, it's cool to see him in live action. Yeah, they definitely were inspired by RID for sure with that. Baouri 100 looks dope though. Yeah, it's a really good kit. It's not. I don't know how easy it is to find now. I think it's pretty challenging, but if you see one and it's at a reasonably decent price, definitely pick it up. It's a really cool kit. 2 reprints that I'm looking out for: Amazing Red Warrior and DJ Re 100. Yeah, DJ Re 100 I think you'll be waiting for a while. I ended up picking up the high grade of it because A, it's 1/144th, so it'll fit in better with my other Zeta stuff, and B, they actually got the colors like bizarrely off on the Re 100. It's crazy. It's crazy because it's very rare that you see such an extreme color difference between two kits of the same mobile suit, but the Re 100 DJ is basically blue, and then they used a completely different greenish teal color for the high grade, and the high grade is definitely a lot closer to what you see in the anime. Mega Size is coming back reprint-wise. Unicorn and Arc 78. Okay, cool. It's interesting because the Mega Size Unicorn is, even though it doesn't transform, even though it doesn't have a lot of articulation and it doesn't scale with anything, it's kind of my favorite version of the Unicorn, just because the proportions and overall styling of it, they just nail it, man. Like that, it looks like the Unicorn. Like it doesn't have any weird proportional quirks. It just looks like the Unicorn. If I imagine the Unicorn in my head, it looks pretty much exactly like the Mega Size. And yes, that is the legendary pilot Jizzle Jizzin. I forgot to remove the assets from yesterday. He's just gonna be hanging out here for this stream. Tags in my custom Stein NT. Cool, I'll check that out in a bit. Right now, want the narrative verse Stein for the new pre-posed hands to steal from my. I didn't know it came with new hands. I thought the hands were the same as the old Stein. Why does Epion doesn't have a P Bandai yet? Everybody in Wing got the P Bandai because the Epion doesn't have an equipment variant in Glory of Losers the way the other Gundams do. I believe there is I think a white and blue armor color variant of it, but there's no equipment variants for it like the Sandrock Armadillo or the Heavy Arms Eagle. So there wasn't really anything for them to draw from in that regard. They didn't do one for the Wing Gundam either, though. Like the Wing Gundam didn't get any kind of variant unless you count the Wing Proto Zero, but that ended up being a retail kit because that came out back in the days when we actually got kits at retail multiple times a year. That was cool. DJ and Nightingale confirmed for this month in the US. Okay, cool. So I guess we are getting a DJ reprint then. Out of those two, I would say DJ is definitely the one to go after. Re 100 Nightingale is not great. It's a big red brick, and it doesn't really have a lot of detail on it, so unless you really want something Nightingale shaped to set on the shelf next to your Hainu Verka, it is a pretty hard pass. MG 160th, Bandai made non-grade 160 before, so just better versions of those. Oh, I see, like a almost perfect grade, but like not quite to the same level of detail. I could see that being popular. The thing with that though is that with 160th kits, people don't collect a ton of them, right? Like people will buy a couple perfect grades to have some big kits in their collection, but they don't really collect them the same way they do 160th or they don't collect them the way they do 1/100 or 1/144th. So I feel like there really wouldn't be enough of a market for that, unless they did like an all Gundam projects type thing at 160th scale where they did every single lead Gundam, and you know most of them were like a full mechanics type thing, and then a few of the big high profile iconic guys were perfect grades. I suppose something like that could work. Dreisberg arm wings and what the Epion. Dreisberg arm wings. That was the Dreisberg was the gun the Wing Zero had, right? Did the Epion use that as well? Because as far as I knew, the closest thing it had to a Glory of Losers variant was the blue and white version, which I'm not even sure that's from Glory of Losers. That might be something else. Re 100 Mark III is an amazing kit. Yeah, the Re 100 line in general is really, really good. They made some solid kits in that line. The Zwergs were like offensive planet defensors that channeled lightning on both arms. The heat rod whip attaches to the back of Epion like a tail. I've never seen that variant before. You know what? I'll look it up when I'm done with the hands, because that actually sounds pretty cool. Re-100 Nightingale doesn't stand up next to the Hainu Verka. No, they're definitely in two very different leagues. But if you just want something Nightingale-shaped that kind of exists in proximity of your Hainu while being, I guess, relatively in scale with it, I'm not actually sure I'm not sure how accurately scaled the Nightingale is. I think it might be a little on the small side. I think it is actually, yeah, because I remember when the high-grade Nightingale came out, it was not that much smaller than the Re-100, and apparently that was because they actually cheated down the size of the Re-100 quite a lot. So even if you want to display it with your Hainu Verka, which is basically the only thing it's good for, it's not even going to be in scale, so it really doesn't have a whole lot going for it. So, oh wait, I guess we found the one guy that only buys PG kits. Yeah, I mean they're out there. There's just not a lot of them. Wings extra equipment from Glory Losers was disposable one-use buster rifle. Oh, you mean the equipment on the arms? I think that just comes with the base. I think that just comes with the base Wing Gundam kit, so there was no reason to do that as a separate model. The blue and white Epions from Frozen teared up. Okay, that's what I thought. So that's not really a Glory of Losers thing. Nightingale is big. And I think they did scale it down a bit for the Re-100. Kind of like how they always cheat up the size of smaller 1/144s like the F91. Can't imagine only buying PGs, so little to build. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how much you like building. Like, if you're fine with just building something every once in a while and you do like these really elaborate paint jobs on them, so you end up working on the kit for a long time, I guess it can be worth it. But yeah, if you just build Gunpla, you're probably going to get bored pretty quick with perfect raids. How do these go together? Okay, so it starts at the joint. These two pieces. No right side up or upside down for that. Just go together. Thankfully not coated because these are basically frame parts. This piece goes like that. Oh, I missed a couple pieces. Gotta have the middle segments of the thumbs. It's a money-saving measure? Yeah, that's fair. And I guess it helps if Gunpla isn't your only hobby, because then you have other things to focus on as well. So if it's just something you do every once in a while to treat yourself, that makes sense. Must have hit the I must have hit the mute button on accident. But yeah, I was just saying that the I had the wrist joint in backwards, so I switched it around, and it definitely lines up better now. So the thumb on the other side. Is that this side or this side? This way. V-HG hasn't been reprinted since before the blue label. What? The V-HG hasn't been reprinted since before the blue label. Oh, the V-. Okay, yeah, that is true. I thought you were talking about the Victory 2 for a minute. I was like, what the heck are you on, dude? That didn't even come out until after the blue label started. Although, to be honest, the second Victory is the superior kit. Not only do they make minor improvements to the mold, but man, that second Victory design is so good. It's just such a great looking Gundam. Okay. These two just kind of push together. That's where this one goes. And this goes on top of there. Knuckles go in here. And the thumb kind of just curls in. And there's the other hand. Whoop. It's not really a good place to grip the arm when you're pushing the hand in because the entirety of the armor slides right off. Okay. Kind of not. I guess it comes down to how you pose the thumbs, because I was gonna say I'm not a huge fan of how the fists look on this kit. I feel like the palms are a little flat. It kind of looks like he's just doing this instead of like a full-on fist. Which, to be fair, is pretty much what he's doing. His hand is basically like this, so it almost feels like more of a palm strike. Let me see if I could maybe put him in like a palm strike position. Oh yeah, that is, look at that. That is totally a palm strike. That is no fist. Yeah, that's a little weird. For a martial arts type Gundam, I was hoping you'd have a better fist sculpt. Fortunately, he does have some different open-handed options, so that's not the only way you have to display him. You do have these little karate chopping hands, and then in addition to that, you also have the splayed-out type fingers, so he does have plenty of display options. Oh, and I almost forgot, you also get, and these were packed separately because there's no other orange parts in the kit, but you do also get your burning finger hands with the Spock fingers, so you have a lot of different hand options for this guy. Perfect Yank baffles me to this day. It's got thrusters up to a zoo and most of the fighting does in space. Why does it need legs? It needs legs because some customizer in a hobby magazine in the 1980s put a pair of 1/100 Dom legs on it, and then it became canon. No, I'm serious. That's actually where the Perfect Zeon came from. It started as a hobby magazine custom that Bandai turned into a canon design. And I believe the only place it's really been used was Plamo Kashiro, which is more of a Build Fighters-y style thing, so the practicality of it doesn't really matter as much. And no, Riku, I don't believe there's any reprint of the Perfect Zeon coming out soon either. Oh, it was a Gundam-based reprint. Okay. Looking at any non-Hardy Zeong these days is a disappointment. I know, right? Like, that kit redefined what the Zeong should look like. They took what is honestly kind of a bit of a goofy-looking design, and they made it look so good. I would love to see, like, a resin kit or something that gives the Master Grade the style of armor that the real grade has. That would look so cool. With only metal in the feet, this could have been an MG gloss cone release. Yeah, this really does feel like just kind of a mid-range Master Grade. it's not. It definitely doesn't feel premium enough to justify a $140 price tag. That's right, Zaku. There was a Perfect Zeong in Thunderbolt, but it's a very, very different design than the one from Plamo Koshiro. And that Perfect Zeong doesn't actually have legs. It has the big Neo Zeong style thruster tanks coming out of the bottom. Oh, hey, Roxy. Welcome to the stream. Perfect Zeong exists in the MSV timeline. Yeah, they added it to MSV, but the original Perfect Zeong design started as a model kit that someone made for a magazine. It was like an earlier version of all those customs that Naoki makes that end up getting added to different Build Fighters manga. Yeah, the Zeong with an oversized booster up its ass. Exactly, Riku. It's a very different design than the one we have in MSV. Oh, hey, MJ. Welcome to the stream. Isn't there a line art of the Perfect Zeong? Yeah, there is. There's definitely line art of it. All right. Let's do some shoulders. Have high-res ever gotten reprints? Splitting the production makes it seem more difficult to do. It is probably very challenging for them to reprint these. To my knowledge, I don't know if there are any reprints of these, and it's kind of tough to tell. Because these kits don't move very fast. They tend to sit on store shelves for a very long time when they are printed. So it's kind of hard to tell when they're being printed and when it's just old stock that's still sitting around. I want to say at least some of the early ones were reprinted a couple of times. But it's certainly not something you see very often. Most likely because of, as you said, the whole split manufacturing issue where half the kit's made in Japan and half of it's made in China, so that does cause a bit of an issue for them. Although, any kits that have electronics in them, like the lighting units for the Unicorn or the lighting unit for the Exia Perfect Raids, those have to be made in China as well. That's not something Bandai's capable of making in Japan, so any types of kits that have that, like, you know, your MGXs or your Perfect Raids, those have that same issue, so they do manage to reprint those. So I don't think it would be too difficult for Bandai to reprint some of these high-res kits. I think it's just a matter of demand. These are not something that a lot of people like to build, and having built this one, I'm starting to see why. It's late for me, just popping in while waiting for video to render. All right, cool. Is that like a Gunpla review, or wait, no, I think you already put out a review of that, didn't you? All right, I'm just assuming it's the Gunpla because as far as I know, there haven't been any other like super recent releases that you'd be on. Unless you're maybe busting some older kit out of your backlog. I'm glad everything on this kit is undergated because this plastic doesn't really like to denub. It's very thick and crunchy. Yeah, you already did the Gunpla review. Okay, that's what I thought. The Demi... Oh wait, no, the Demi Balding is out now. I forgot those came out at the same time. Demi Balding, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I forgot there wasn't a delay between those two. They're releasing simultaneously. Yeah, that's of all the Witch from Mercury kits, that's definitely the one I'm looking forward to the most. I'll be picking up that as soon as it arrives stateside. No, we still don't have a 2.0 for the Master Grade gun cannon. And the worst thing about that isn't just the fact that the gun cannon specifically doesn't have a modern master grade, it's the fact that with all the different kits we've gotten of the gun cannon, the Gundam, and the gun tank, we've never gotten a full set of all three where the core fighters are fully compatible between them. Because the 1.0 style core fighter that the gun cannon and the old Gundam kit use are compatible with each other, but there's no gun tank from that era. And then the modern gun tank was made when they made the 2.0 Gundam, so those core fighters are cross-compatible. But then the gun cannon uses like the older style core fighter, so they don't work with each other. So we still, even though we've gotten so many different kits at so many different grades and scales of these three mobile suits, we've never gotten a full Operation V team where you can actually swap around the fighters between all of them. So for that reason alone, at the very least, even if they don't do a full 2.0, I just want to see a 1.5 of the original gun cannon, maybe with a little bit more articulation, because honestly, as a whole, it's a perfectly fine kit, and then just make it compatible to 2.0 core fighter. And that's really all I ask. That's really the most glaring thing I've seen in terms of what that kit's missing. And yeah, the Gunpla is a really cool design because it's basically just like the most generic Gundam design you could possibly have. But in that, is it Ebikawa that designed that? It kind of has that Ebikawa style to it, where it looks like something out of 00, like maybe some early Celestial Being mobile suit you'd see in 00P or 00I. Which makes it a really good base for customs. I've seen people swap around all these different backpacks and option packs on it, and basically nothing looks bad on it. You throw anything on that kit, and it looks like it was made for it. There's going to be so many cool customs using that model. Gunpla is the only Witch from Mercury kit I'm getting, and I'm going to do it so I can take a GN drive in the back and make the 00 series Gundams made to be exactly, it really does look like a 00 Gundam. I need my hobby store to stock Gunpla so I can buy 5. Exactly, it's such a versatile kit. 1/100 Darabalde wear? Man, I wish. I wish. I wonder if any of those Chinese companies are going to be ballsy enough to try to step into Witch from Mercury while it's actively airing. Because they could totally do 1/100s of some of those other mecha. I just feel like they'd also get nuked from orbit by Bandai if they tried. So I suspect that any of those type of companies are probably staying as far away from Witch from Mercury as they possibly can. And just sticking to safer stuff like, you know, G Gundam and Seed and Wing-inspired mechs. Alright, we need the white parts for the shoulders. That's going to be the 3s. Volva is Yanase. Oh, he did some of the designs like Plutone and Dynamez. Okay, that makes sense, because this does look a lot like the Plutone. That makes sense. Sometimes I find it really challenging to find specific information for who designed what when it comes to Gundam series, because with really modern, currently releasing shows, they often disclose it, but when it comes to older series, it can be really hard to find concrete information for who actually designed which specific mecha, because you look at the credits and you look at like the wiki and stuff, and they'll say who worked on a series in general, but they very rarely break it down by individual mech design and say, hey, this guy worked on X, Y, and Z, this guy worked on A, B, and C, this guy worked on D, etc., and so on. They don't really break it down that way, so it can be kind of hard to find information about that sometimes. I've never used glass files before. At some point I want to do like maybe like a cheap versus expensive tools video where I get 2 copies of some basic kit like the high grade GM or something, and I build one of them with like the cheapest, like crappiest, you know, $4 eBay nippers I can find, plus a hobby knife, and then I'm gonna build the other one with my God hands and get one of those glass file things and see how much of a difference it makes. I suspect it probably won't be a ton, because premium tools are nice, but in general I found they don't really help out as much as you might think. C21. There we go. Stuck on the Helios backpack and the XG mount cannons on his arms and had fun with that. Oh yeah, I bet that would look... I mean, I don't even have to say that. I know it's going to look good on, because the Gunpla, it's like the It's like the Ditto of Gundams. You could basically mix it with anything and it'll work. We're finally getting G-Bits back. It's gonna be Bandai, but I hope this sells well. We can finally have another HG-GX bit. G-Bits. You mean like from Gundam X? Is that like a new kit announcement? Because I don't remember seeing anything about that. Let me check. Okay, I'm gonna have to check the Discord now because I want to see if that's like some news. Okay, no. Okay, so there's Riku Stein. He's got a very cool black and gold color scheme on it. That looks nice. And I'm assuming that Manpig, you're talking about some sort of reprint. Oh, okay, I see the Glory of Losers Epion now. Yeah, that is definitely something they could do as a P Bandai kit. So I'm not sure why they haven't done that yet. All right, there we go. Back to OBS. Gonna look for a scrap 00 or something. Take the joints and waste to replace the Gunpla joints down with the C-clips. I don't know how. I wonder how easy it would be to do a joint swap like that on one of these kits. I don't think it should be too challenging. I think the 00 joints should look very good with the overall styling of the Gunpla. I think they'd mesh together really nicely. Oh, G-Bits from Witch from Mercury. I see. I thought I was like, wait a minute. Like, I thought they were doing the version from Gundam X that has like the visored helmet. That would be a really easy P Bandai for them to do. They could even do a whole bunch of them as like a box set like they would the Maganax. And they could do the Airmaster version as well. They could do a Leopard G-Bit and never give us the actual Leopard Gundam because that's perfectly in character with them at this point. Noob question, do you need Top Gun or kids to prevent from yellowing? Absolutely not. I've never seen any sort of deterioration in any of my kits caused by sunlight. Granted, I do not display them in direct sunlight, and I would kind of recommend against doing that, but the only thing top coat is really for is if you want to change the sheen or finish of the plastic, or if you want to protect some sort of paint job. You do not need to do it just to protect the plastic. That is really not something that's necessary. Also, if you have enclosed like glass cabinets they display your kits in, most of those type of cabinets have some level of UV protection that, while not great, is probably not going to be that much worse than just a top coat anyways, so you don't really need to top coat your kits just to protect them. Your kit will yellow over time regardless, it's in the nature of the plastic. That's interesting because maybe it's just because of the way that I display my kits, I kind of have them kind of off to the side of the window in such a way that they never get sunlight on them, but I have kits that I've had for almost a decade, and none of them have any issues with yellowing. And that's just like the regular like Gunpla styrene. Although I think what might help with that is that I do rotate out my displays sometimes, so not every kit that I have has been sitting on that shelf for the entire 10 years. They literally have all the G-Bit parts. They do, yeah, because they made the G-Bit head with the GM. I think that was the kit they released it with, right? Or maybe it was one of the other build custom sets. Oh, hey, Paul Horn, welcome to the stream. The God Gundam is pretty mid, honestly. There's definitely been some fitment issues. I feel like it really doesn't feel premium enough to justify the price. It kind of just feels like a middle-of-the-road master grade kit. So, I think the side pieces go on first. Right, like this. You already have the G-Bits from X, it's the build custom. The Northern Pod set, right, that's where they released it. That's where they put the G-Bit head. I feel like it would be pretty Bandai-like for them to release it as a separate kit anyways, though. That seems like something they would do. Yeah, a little open hatch gimmick on the shoulders with a bit of green peeking through. It's not super striking, but it's there. Kind of push up from the underside a little bit. Probably never going to display it like that, but it exists if that's something you're looking for. Apparently the peg for the back half of the Gunpla foot is jank. I had a similar experience with that to that with the real grade crossbone, and I ended up just standing down the peg and it fit together a lot better. I think I had to do that to another part of the kit as well, but I don't remember exactly what. But there were definitely a couple pieces on that model that I had to stand down to get them to not destroy themselves when I moved the joints, but once I did that, it was a really nice kit. Is it an upgrade from the MG God? I mean, yeah, it's definitely an upgrade for the MG God. It's just that I would say if you're looking for just a general good quality God Gundam kit, I think you're better off with the real grade, because this doesn't feel like too much of a leg up over the real grade, while the real grade is significantly less expensive by about $100. But if you're talking 100 specifically, this is a lot nicer looking than the old Master Grade. It's just also a lot more expensive. And I don't necessarily know if the increase in appearance is worth the increase in price, because it's a big increase in price, especially when you can get the old Master Grade for like 25, 30 bucks. Okay. Piece just kind of pushes over there. Does humidity have something to do with the yellowing of the plastic? Maybe. I do not live in a particularly humid area, but I believe it really just comes down to UV light. So if you display your kits in such a way they don't have sunlight beaming directly down on them, they're probably going to last a lot longer without yellowing. Isn't a high-res God Gundam's shiny plastic prone to cracking? Well, I wouldn't be surprised given how brittle it is, but I have not had any issues with that so far. The issue has more so been that the gloss coat itself makes it really hard to get the pieces to fit together. Also, good night, MJ. Have a good sleep. MJH is making knockoff kit? Yes, they are. That's actually part of why I'm building this now, is I wanted to kind of refresh it in people's minds before we get the knockoff option. I really do want to branch out into more Chinese kits soon. And some of the figures too, like there was this amazing looking sort of Knight Mecha figure that I saw recently where it did that thing that I love where you can take the shield and the sword and like sheath the sword in the shield. But then the sword had this gimmick where if you pulled out on the blade, the cross guards would like auto flip down, and then you pulled out the tip of the shield and the shield would expand. It had these expanding gimmicks in the shoulders. It had light up gimmicks everywhere. It had like magnetic pieces on the stand, so you could stick the feet down to the stand, but then there were like these like other display bits that you could kind of move around in different positions, but the whole thing was magnetic, so there were no peg holes anywhere. It was a really, really slick looking figure. Lancelot, yes, I think that was called Lancelot. It was like the white and gold one with the green trim and the big lion heads on the shoulders. Yes, that's Mosho Toys Lancelot. Very cool looking figure. Most people have built the high res, no problem with it. You're on the minority for some reason. Yeah, maybe it's just a QC thing, but there have definitely been some places where the finish has been really fighting me. Okay, so that's the upper body done. Well, minus the core fighter, so we can finally move on to the legs. So we got the legs, and then a lot of legs and waist. And then the core lander is built from scratch. And then the sabers and the rainbow ring. Okay. Okay, so let's make this man some thighs. Get the Chinese Guntank 3 set. I have not seen the Chinese Guntank 3 set. Thoughts on the Debon PG new? I think it looks pretty cool. I haven't built any of those like figure to model conversions yet, so I have no idea what the build is like on it. It looks like it's just a straight knockoff of the metal structure figure turned into a model kit. So sometimes with those figure turned model kit type models, they can be a bit wonky because the way the original figure went together wasn't really designed to be used or assembled. It was designed for a figure, and sometimes there's like different engineering choices they make that don't necessarily work as well for a model. So it's not something I'd pre-order. Let me put it that way. That's a kit that I would wait and see what people think of it in hand before I actually pick one up for myself. As for whether or not I would pick one up, even if it turned out to be a good kit, I'm really not a huge fan of the new Gundam, so I don't see much point in having a 1/60th new in my collection. And yeah, Manpig, it's not particularly available right now. That thing sold out very, very fast when they put it up for pre-order. Daban dabbing onto Bandai. Released in, holy crap, Chinese Gun Tank 3 set from 1989? Yeah, I've definitely never heard of that before. C, that's not the Sea Runner. This is. Okay, we're taking out the big chunks now. Yes, pantsless G Gundam. He's ready for a Zoom meeting. And a lot of the behind-the-scenes shots for the older Iron Man movies back when he had a practical suit, most of the time Robert Downey Jr. was actually just wearing the upper half of the suit for some of those close-up shots, just because the full suit was so impractical to move around in. Yeah, Lone Wolf, I'm not a huge fan of the glossy plastic either. Honestly, I would have, given how the gloss actually looks on the finished kit, I would have kind of rather gone without it. I don't think it really adds very much. If they could have done like a flat metallic paint on some areas like they did on the copper on the back of the legs, I think that would have been nice, but I don't feel like the gloss really elevates the kit very much. In a way, it almost kind of makes the plastic look cheaper. Okay, Daban, I see what you're... or not Daban, goddammit. Okay, Datcat, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I get the joke now. Okay, that's pretty clever. That was a funny joke. I like that. Miss Old School MCU. Yeah, man, Iron Man 1 was like, and still is, one of the best movies that I've ever seen. Like, that movie blew my mind as a kid, and it still looks amazing today. That one, Doctor Strange, and Guardians of the Galaxy were the big ones for me. Oh, hey, big boy. Welcome to the stream. We're moving on to the legs for the God Gundam today. One thing I hate about the high-res God Gundam is that it lowers the chance with 2.0. It lowers it, but I wouldn't say it removes it. Because remember, pretty much every... Or no, actually, yes. Every other time we've gotten a high-res of something that didn't already have a master grade, it never precluded us from getting the master grade. Because we got a high-res Barbatos, and then we got the master grade Barbatos anyways. We got a high-res Wing Zero, and then we got the Wing Zero Verka anyways. So I don't think this kit is in any way precluding us from getting a master grade 2.0 with the God Gundam. Even though it naturally seems like it would, given Bandai's history with the line, I think they would still... If this kit was popular enough and it seemed like there was a demand for it, I think they would still make a 2.0 God. Or Verka or MGX or however they would end up doing it. Glossy plastic in general you don't like, but at least the MJH knockoff is matte plastic. Yeah, there's no way they're doing a coating for that. It's just going to be the bare polystyrene. Or I think it's styrene. I don't actually know what some of those bootleg companies use for their plastic. Yeah, this is a very brittle, very crunchy plastic, so it's kind of annoying to denub. Spider-Man 1, Green Goblin, still favorite villain. Oh yeah, Spider-Man 1 is such a... There's some, like, indescribable just feeling that you get watching it from a comic book movie that was made before the MCU, where it's just... It's like it's trying to be like a comic book movie instead of a movie about comic book characters in a way. Like, it feels so, like cheesy and comic booky, but in a way that's just incredibly endearing without feeling dumb. I do really like that movie as well. I didn't find myself enjoying Spider-Man 2 as much as a lot of other people do. It was all right, but I think I might have overhyped it a bit for myself because I heard how much people tended to praise it. Man, Dipper, Doctor Strange was awesome. The magician guy, are you talking about the guy with like the blacked out eyes or Dormammu? Because the guy with the blacked out eyes was really dumb. That was just some random guy for Doctor Strange to fight, but I really liked his character. I liked his arc. He did cool magic stuff. He had a talking cape. That was an awesome, not a talking cape, but like his cape was alive. That was an awesome movie. I love that movie. Where is this going? This goes on the back. But that happens after these pieces go on the side. Okay, so... Alright, so far the fitment seems decent on these. I want the one with I want the wide peg facing forward. Oh, there's a couple nubs here. No, I never actually watched the Daredevil Netflix show. It's something that I was always kind of meaning to get around to when it came out, and I just never did. If it was anything like... If anything, it's the RG God Gundam that give Bandai reason to wait. Yeah, they tend to not like to do a bunch of kits of the same Gundam back to back, unless it's like a brand new release or something. We want this one. Wait. Oh, I see how these go now. I get it. I don't get it. Oh, okay. I had it upside down. Best superhero movie, still the original Iron Man. Yeah, that's definitely my favorite out of them, for sure. I've seen that movie many, many times. How do these... I must not have that. Nope, they're fitting correctly, so... How do these go together? Can I? Okay, I don't think I can remove that leg. Just gonna bend it so I have more access to it. This is... This is another one of those ways where the pre-built frame can be more of a hindrance than a help, because you can't necessarily disassemble it, or you can't build the armor and the frame at the same time. You have to build the armor around the frame. And for some reason, this is not... Why is this not going on? It's not a matter of the gloss making the pegs too thick. The pegs just aren't... The pegs aren't lining up in the first place. Well, I guess this is going to be another 4-hour build stream. Tom Clancy, William Dafoe shows his other capabilities than just being evil villain. I did not know he was in Tom Clancy. That's cool. I did see him in John Wick, where he was the sniper. Built the MJH Stray Noir. It's mostly weird abs that the nippers cut like butter, but with the hobby knife it felt really tough. Yeah, bootleg plastic can be weird sometimes. Oh, is that it? Nope. I feel like these parts aren't even designed to go together. Thinking of buying Space Engineers for my ship and mech fix. Is that like is that a model kit line? Is that a video game? I don't think I've heard of that. Like, everything looks like it should line up. I look at all the pegs and they look like they're aligned with all the holes, and then I go to push it together and everything just magically doesn't line up. Wait, is this facing the right way? Point down. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, the point goes down. What? Are those A30? Did I get the wrong parts? Nope, those are the right ones. The rounded sections on top, the points on the bottom, and the pegs right here. So then, does the front thigh armor go on? Let's try the front armor. Let's try that. Maybe this one's supposed to go on first. Okay, well that's got some nubs. No, I don't have any Megami devices, Cat. I just have a couple frame arm scrolls in the Macross kit. And the Skytube one. Honestly, Riku, you're not missing much by skipping on the DC movies. Outside of the Suicide Squad, which was pretty decent, the rest of them were pretty disappointing. I thought the Shazam movies were kind of interesting, but that was less because the movies themselves were good, and more so because of how open the director was on the internet about how he went about making the movie, because he was like a YouTube short film guy before he made the film, so he did a whole bunch of videos talking about the process of making the movie and kind of some of his thought process behind certain scenes that was interesting, but it didn't. I think the movie as a whole was not super great. It was just kind of okay. Okay, so I think the problem is with this piece. I think I need to use the other one, because I think those pegs were misaligned. Because now, when I grab that piece that I just had, no, it's this piece. After the MGX Unicorn shell form, will the Strike Freedom was a hit? They'll keep MGX AUs for a while over cause UC and Wing. I don't know about that necessarily. I don't think something as simple as that is going to make them completely shy away from doing anything with Universal Century. Okay, so I think I figured out the problem with the piece fitment there. I had that one piece in the side backwards, so yeah, now everything's fitting fine. And every time I look at this, I find another nub that I missed. They're undergated, but they're undergated in a way that it still causes issues if you don't trim them properly. Man, I want to know what kind of witchcraft Zacharelius uses to build a master grade in 2 hours. This is not a fast process. Mark II Verkaz a possibility? Yeah, I could see them doing that. Maybe that could be their opportunity to finally update the Super Gundam. Would I want December's Big Kid as an HGC Queen Mantha? Yeah, that's probably not going to happen, but that would be very cool. Still sure that manual is idiot-proof? I don't know. I think I mentioned earlier that the manual really isn't idiot-proof because this is one of probably like 4 times in this manual where the way the manual writes out the steps is so ambiguous that you almost can't tell what direction certain pieces are pointing. And I think this one was on me because I cut out the parts for both legs at the same time, which you weren't supposed to do, but there are definitely other times in this manual where they really don't do a good job of clearly showing you what you're supposed to be doing. Almost feels like they had their B team working on this kit, which you wouldn't expect for such a premium item. MGX Unicorn shelf form because it was just in that price range. Yeah, that was a terrible price point to release the MGX Unicorn at. And it wasn't just a bad price, it was really bad timing for them too, because right after that MGX Unicorn, they put out the Perfect Rate Unleashed RX-78, and that was a $280 kit. So it was only like $30, $40 more expensive than the Unicorn, and yet it was one of the biggest and most elaborate Perfect Rates ever, versus a better than average Master Grade. So the lack of price disparity between those two kits made the MGX look like an even worse deal than it already was. So that, I think that also pushed away a lot of people, because the people that had that kind of money to spend ended up spending it on the PG Unleashed instead because it looked like a much better deal. C22. Can already imagine the Master Grade Verka box art for the Mark II. Yeah, I mean they pretty much do the same style of art for all of them, so it's very easy to envision. With the right model, you could probably train like a Stable Diffusion AI to make Verka box art. You could have it do it for anything. Mazinger Z in the style of Master Grade Verka box art. Jizzle Jizzin in the style of Master Grade Verka box art. And I need these as well. I just want redesigns other than Hajime Katoki. It's becoming too predictable. I mean, they go with Katoki because he's got a very consistent style that works well for Gundam, but it would be cool if they did other designer lines for other Gundams. I always find it super interesting to see a bunch of different artists' a bunch of different artists' takes on the same design. Because like with the RX-78, you have the Verka, but then you also have the Okawara original, and then you have the Ken Okayama one, which I really like as well, but that's got a really unique look to it. I always like those kind of like artist interpretation variants, so seeing something like that for more artists than just Katoki would be really cool. Zacharelius cuts all the parts and... Oh, he cuts the parts pre-stream. Okay, that's cheating then. I understand now why he's able to build so fast. Space Engineers is a creative game you can make ships and stuff. Okay. Too predictable, like you and everyone knows the Wing Verka would be announced back then. Yeah, it is weird we haven't gotten... It is really weird we haven't gotten a Wing Gundam from that Wing Verka mold, or the Wing Zero Verka mold. Maybe they just don't want people confusing it with the old one. I feel like the MGX Unicorn should have ditched the LEDs entirely. I like the LEDs. I think it's cool. I just don't like that when you have the LEDs turned off, you just have this really dull-looking clear plastic instead of the vibrant colors. Like, I think they should have done two versions of the kit. You got your light-up edition, and then a regular edition that doesn't have the lights, has clear red pieces instead of clear pieces for the frame. And I think that would have been great, because then you'd have like your Unicorn 2.0 type kit, and then your fancy Extreme. But of course, they probably wouldn't have sold as many units of the Extreme that way, so that's not the route they ended up taking. I mean, of all the kits to care about lights for, I would say, Manpig, that the Unicorn is definitely the one you would probably care about the most, just because it's an integral part of the design. I think they could have done a much better job executing the lights, though. With how inexpensive RGB lighting is nowadays, having actual, like, controllable variants to the lights instead of just flashing green or red would have been very, very inexpensive for them to do. Especially if it had like a USB port or something, so you could hook it up to your computer, you know, maybe sync it up with the RGB on your computer. That could have, there's so much more they could have done with it than just, hey, look, he lights up red, and then you push button and he lights up green. Like even the Perfect Grade Exia had more sophisticated lighting than that. So it's not like they couldn't have done it. Kadoki mentioned in the Zeta Verka manual interview he'd like to do a design he'd want to do. Oh, I see. Like something of his choice. Yeah, I mean, he has a pretty good relationship with Bandai, so I imagine they would probably let him do that if that's what he wanted to do for the next one. Unless it's something crazy like the G-Self that they don't want to do. Nagano pulls his head out of his ass, ends a 30-year grudge, and does a Gunpla. That would be the day, wouldn't it? Seeing them make mods for Space Battleship Yamato and the Pacific Rim mech? Yeah, it sounds kind of like Mass Builder, but for ships. MGX Exia before Verka? Yeah, I'd say that sounds much more likely. I'd really like to see just any sort of update for Exia. Ideally one that incorporates the newer style frame from the other 00 Gundams. Because it's less about having the best possible version of Exia, and more so just about having one that just matches up better with the other Gundams, so they feel like a cohesive team. Katoki Exia figure's the ugliest shit I've ever seen. Why would I want it to be Verka? I think I have seen the figure you're talking about, Dipper. Yeah, it's a really weird take on the Exia. Katoki's aesthetic does not really mesh well with that design. He has redesigned Gundams before, so it's possible they might just tell him to completely do it again from scratch if he ever had to do a Master Grade Verka of it. PG Exia lighting's the best looking LEDs Bandai's done. Yeah, they really knocked it out of the park with that one. The condenser wires lighting up is beautiful, better than the Unicorn. Yeah, the way they synced it up so that individual parts of the mech come on, like you get the engine and the rest of the suit glows, and you see the light kind of spreading out through it. It's such a great effect, and looks way better than what they did with the Unicorn. On both, and that goes for both the Perfect Grade and the Master Grade. Don't care about the lights when they're fragile and jack up the price so much. Yeah, I don't think the lights needed to jack up the price as much as they did. Bandai tends to overcharge a lot for LEDs, and I think it's just a matter of them wanting to charge more for the kit, so they added something that people perceive as having a high value. I don't think the lights necessarily require them to make the kit that expensive. Really, it shouldn't have been anything close to $250. If the MGX Unicorn came with everything it came with and it was released exactly as it is now, but it was, you know, $140 instead of $250, I think it would have been a perfectly reasonable price and plenty of people would have bought it. And I think Bandai knows that too, because that's almost exactly the price point they ended up hitting with the Strike Freedom when they released that. They definitely know they screwed up with that Unicorn. Nobel Gundam Verka? Dude, I want to see, I just want to see a regular Master Grade for the Nobel Gundam. Or maybe some sort of third-party company tackle it. I want to see like a weirdly horny third-party version of the Nobel Gundam. Like that, was it Big Firebird that made the sexy RC figure? I want something like that, but for the Nobel Gundam. 1/100 scale. Preferably a model. I think Katoki was implying that he wanted to make a Zeta Plus C1 or an XS for... Dude, I wish he'd make a frickin' XS Verka, but I think the XS half-assed edition that they put out a few years ago pretty much nukes any chance of that getting a modern kit. If they weren't willing to give it a 2.0 then, they're not going to give it a 2.0 now. I think that's probably the last XS we're getting for a while. If anything, we're more likely to get a real grade. And even that's a very slim chance. I don't think we're going to get an MGX Hainu with how recent the Verka was. There's really not a lot to complain about with that kit, and it's not a popular enough Gundam that they would make it just for the sake of doing it. Because remember, the last time we got a Master Grade Strike Freedom was 2008, and it was a really dated kit, so it made sense for them to want to redo it so that their most popular Gundam isn't just this ancient kit, so when new fans come in, they build this crappy old model. And the same thing with the Unicorn. The Unicorn Master Grade, not a very good kit, so it made sense for them to want to like revise it and update it. But the Master Grade Hainu, that's already a perfectly fine model, so I don't think they would MGX that. They've gone over 10 years without the Else Quanta. Yeah, I think it comes down to just... I think a lot of people think of it as, oh, it's just the Quanta with a new backpack, but I think there's a lot of retooling on the armor sections as well, and Bandai might have just decided it wasn't worth it. "100% Katoki's gonna shove a Zeta Plus for a Ka down their throats." I mean, I'd be okay with that. Figurize a Lemby with a new Nobel Gundam kit? Yeah, exactly. Have them tie into each other. MGX Moon Gundam? Okay, now that's a kit that's never gonna happen. I'd be honestly amazed if we even got a regular Master Grade Moon Gundam, even as a P Bandai kit. I just cannot see it happening. I think that that high grade we have is the first, last, and only kit we're ever gonna get of the Moon Gundam. That's probably why they put so much effort into it, because they knew it was the only chance they were gonna get. Unicorn MGs are the best unicorns because the only way to get them Rita Banshee at retail. Well, you can get that with the high grade too. Although I don't know if I'd say the Master Grade unicorn's better than the high grade. The proportions are so messed up on that old Master Grade. It's got those really weird skinny legs that are like super long. It looks like it could practically break in half. Just not even based off like the structural stability of the kit, but just looking at the design, it looks so flimsy. And the arms are weird too. I really don't like how the Master Grade unicorn looks. It's like they proportioned the kit for Unicorn mode, and then they just let Destroy mode be whatever it was going to be, and it ended up making everything look too skinny. MG Strike Freedom, I hear, holds up. It doesn't really. Like, it's adequate for someone who's, like, a longtime fan of Gundam, but it's a really crappy experience for someone who's new to Gundam. They've they've seen some of the big series, or they wanna build something from a series from their childhood, and they go to the store and they buy a Master Grade Strike Freedom. Like, it's gonna be a crappy experience for that person. So it really makes sense that they made the MGX of it. Has a very complex finish that's perfect for some gazillion-dollar figure or Gundam-based kit. Yeah, I would not be surprised if we got an Else Quanta as a metal build. In fact, we might have already gotten one. I don't really keep a lot of... I don't pay super close attention to that line. Maybe Infinite Justice based on the Strike Freedom EX. Infinite Justice Master Grade is fine. It's in that... It's not, like... amazing, perfect, amazing sauce, but it's in that middle ground where it's really not that bad and doesn't need any sort of update. The funniest thing about the Master Grade Infinite Justice is that it's almost exactly like the high grade in terms of color separation, detail, gimmicks, articulation, functionality. There's very little that the Master Grade can do that the high grade can't. So at this point, it kind of just feels like a scaled up high grade. I display my Banshee in Unicorn mode anyway, so I don't care about Destroy mode. Yeah, in Unicorn mode, it looks a little better proportionally, but I really don't like how the Destroy mode turns out with the Master Grade. MG Destiny's pretty... Oh, I hate the MG Destiny so much. Not only is it just clunky from a design standpoint, like engineering-wise, but it's the ugliest frickin' Destiny Gundam I've ever seen. They jacked up the proportions. It's got no surface detail on it, so it just looks like this big, flat, plain, basic-looking kit. There's literally nothing nice I can say about that kit. It's so freaking ugly. MG Freedom 2.0 feels like a Re 100. That was the first Master Grade kit I built where I thought, wow, there is not much going on here at all. The arms don't even have inner frame for it. The head is way too big. The wings feel kind of cheap. The whole thing... It was one of those first Master Grades where they started doing like the kind of the cheapening down of them a bit that you see now with like the Zaku Warrior and the Jin and the Jigen. It was kind of a halfway point between a traditional Master Grade and that. I was really not impressed with it. Would the MGX be easier than the old MG? For a beginner, yeah. They really seem like they went out of their way with that kit to make it as beginner-friendly as possible. The manual is exceptionally clear, even for a Gunpla manual. They really wanted to make sure you can clearly follow and understand everything that's going on in it. They even give you a runner rack to hold all the pieces. They very clearly went above and beyond with that kit to make sure that even if someone maybe bites off a little bit more than they can chew and gets it as a first kit, they'll still be able to understand it. Real grade Infinite Justice? I don't know. I feel like the Infinite Justice isn't quite popular enough to justify getting a real grade with a good quality high grade already in existence. Turn up the copium and say MGX XX. I want to blind the neighbors with the hyper reflective panels. That is never going to happen, but that would be very cool if it did. I could see some third party company doing like a really cool like extremed up Gundam. Based off the XX, but maybe not exactly like the XX. Like that one company, not MJH, but the other one that has a God Gundam coming out, where they kind of like China-fied the design and gave it like that super like busy design look that a lot of those Chinese kits have. I could see someone doing that for XX and giving it the super reflective panels. Oh yeah, I agree with you, Manpig. HGCE is easily the best Destiny Gundam we have. That kit is awesome. Downgraded some aspects of Freedom 2.0 to hit a price point. That is exactly what it feels like. It feels like it could have been a well-rounded kit. They just had to cut some corners to bring it down to a lower price, which, given that it wasn't that expensive, it was only, at the time it came out, was, you know, before Master Grade started getting crazy, so it was only like a $40 kit. And honestly, they could have gotten away with making it a $50 kit and just a bit more substantial, and I think it would have been perfectly fine. I was definitely disappointed with how that kit turned out. It's like 50-ish bucks, which for the Freedom at that time might have been pushing it. Yeah, I think they could have done better with it though. It was inexpensive enough that they could have pushed up the price a little bit and still had it be reasonable. I want an MGX GPO2 with real nuclear weapon included. I mean, honestly, I think as far as like upcoming Verkaz, I would say the 0083 Gundams have a better shot at it than anything else. Those are perfect Verkaz material right now. Yeah, you mentioned that. You mentioned that before the stream, CJ, about using the Destiny boomerangs in the Artemis. I thought that was a pretty good idea. I dig an entry grade of a suit without legs, then ball joints are just fragile. Entry grade Zeong? Is there... Man, there should be like some sort of mass-produced version of the Zeong in Gundam. That would just be insane. Imagine just an army of those things. You could army build the entry grade. Okay, let's finish putting this armor on. Okay, so... How do these go? Are these different? These are different shades of white. Okay. Yeah. It does have a little bit of that real grade style two-tone armor going on, where the white from the A runner and the white from the C runner are a bit of a different shade. Okay, where do you go? I love when they just point in the vague general direction of the body part without actually telling you where it connects in. That's so cool. I guess that's where it goes. Yeah, I think it is. It's this piece. That doesn't feel right. Maybe it's on the wrong side. Come on. Get off of there. Honestly, I kind of agree with you on the Stamen Cat. I've never been a fan of that design. It's two-tone is the same. So it is two-tone, not the same color and different textures. Yeah, there's no difference in texture. It's just different colors. It would have been nice if they did like a gloss matte finish hybrid thing. I feel like that would be a little bit more unique since Real Grade already does the multi-tone armor. Wait a minute, why is the fitment so much worse on the other side then? Oh, I've got the wrong pieces on. That's not how this goes together. They're keyed differently, so you can't put them on the wrong side. Okay. So that one's keyed for the inside and the other one's keyed for the outside. One side's got like a peg and hole that's shaped kind of like this, and then the other one's shaped like this. So you can't put the U-shaped one in the N-shaped slot and vice versa. That's why there was such a big gap between them. Because it's not enough to completely stop you from doing it. It's just enough to make it inconvenient and make it look weird. Wait a minute. Now this one looks wrong. Oh, it's because I had all of them wrong. Okay. This one goes on the inside. There we go. And then this one goes on the outside, and then the other one goes on the outside. It's that weird kind of idiot-proofing where instead of making it impossible to put it together wrong, it just makes it difficult. Why do you not like the MGF91 2.0 Lone Wolf? I've heard it's a pretty awesome kit. I'd pass on the O. It's all good, man. It's basically something that really should have been a Re 100. It just came out before the Re 100 line was a thing. It's a very expensive master grade, and you don't end up with a whole lot when you're done. Outside of physical mass, it doesn't have much going for it. Artemis is kind of a Build Gundam X, Arius a Build Gundam Double X Mark 1, and Helios is a Mark 2. I've never seen the Arius. I'm assuming that's from the mobile game. Breaks too easily, parts fall off easily, bad articulation expensive. It's not that expensive, the articulation is fine. Yeah, I've never heard anyone else repeating what you're saying about that Lone Wolf. I think that might have just been an issue with yours. I really want the MGZ8 though, just for the sake of having 100 kit of it. Those are prime material for some sort of remake. I don't know when, I don't know how, but I really hope we're getting new kits to the ground in EZ8. The core lander attaches in the high res like a core lander does. Yeah, it plugs in the back. That's why you don't build it with the body. It just attaches in at the end. So he needs his kneecap. And his pants are slowly taking shape. Oh, this is where you give him his grippers. Okay, let's get those toes into position. Don't say a word, chat. I don't want to hear it. A few weeks ago, got the Turn X, passed on the O, and I'm regretting it. Don't regret it, man. You 100% made the right choice there. The Turn X is a way better kit. Butterfly Flings expansion for Turn 8 worth it. If you like how they look as a display piece, go for it. I think there's third-party versions that are cheaper than the Master Grade, I want to say, just because it's such a simple effect part. But of course, if you want to go with the Bandai one, that's not really an issue either. Are these pre-cut? Okay, they are pre-cut. It's just very hard to see. You can only really see the cuts in the in the material when you like bend it and flex it. You can kind of start to see the cracks showing. It's like he's wearing those weird like barefoot shoes where it's just like a little bit of tread that like stretches over the bottom of your foot. And no, that's not some fetish thing. That's like actual like hippie hiking wear. Wait, why do they give you 2 sets of these? It looks like this one sticker is enough to do both sides. Maybe it's... I don't know why you'd need to replace these. It's not like the rubber's gonna wear out. It's not like you're doing donuts with your God Gundam or something. And seeing as these are going on the pre-assembled part of the inner frame, I don't know why they couldn't just put these on at the factory. Because if they did it at the factory, they could have made it some kind of like spray-on rubberized coating that's more durable than just stick-on foam. It really seems like they didn't take advantage of the fact that the frame is pre-built whatsoever. No, I'm not a hippie, I just know what they wear. The Turn A isn't undergated and the pearl gloss finish doesn't look good. Yeah, I don't think they planned for that to have a coated version when they first made it. Which one of these do I use? They're such vague geometric shapes, I can't tell which parts are supposed to be cut out and which ones aren't. Okay, it's the little pieces that I need. Yeah, these are not something that needed to be user applied. Come on. Get in there. Practically got to give him a foot massage to get these in. It's like they want my hands all over his feet. Arius is the Helios with Artemis legs, XX lower legs, F91 shoulders, and Destiny wings. Okay, yes, that's a design from... That sounds like a design from the game. If any kid needs a reprint soon, it's the Turn X, goddammit. The Turn X did get a reprint as a Gundam Base exclusive, so you had to go to Gundam Base in order to get it, and it came out at the peak of the scalping, so it basically went straight to the secondary market. In fact, I believe that was the kit where there were literal news stories about people like fighting over it in the Gundam Base store. They definitely did not make enough of them to go around. Hey, Dipper, just because I look and cook like a hippie doesn't mean I'm a hippie, although I do live in what could be considered kind of hippie territory. Yeah, MGEO is really old. It was something that probably should have been a Re 100, but there was no Re 100 at the time, so they just made it a really underwhelming master grade. P Bandai new type women lighting effects. What the fuck are new type women lighting effects? Oh, you mean like in Zeta Gundam? Just finished taking pictures of the Blue Destiny Unit 2. Yeah, that mold's pretty good. I have the Unit 1 and the Ground Gundam version. Not the Ground Gundam, the GM, the Ground GM version of it. They didn't quite cut the rubber all the way through, so you have to really peel at it to get it off, and these pieces are so small that it's easy to just tear it off or lose it completely like I just did. Well, I guess that's why they give you extras. Because that's fucking gone. I have no idea where that went. Oh, it's stuck to the back of the knee. There it is. Oh hey Dubious, you're just in time for the God Gundam's foot massage. I don't want to have to buy $200 fucking GGG figures. Yeah, I mean that's just what anime figurines are like. It would be nice if they used the Figurized Labo line to make more of them at a lower price point, but I think the Labo experiment didn't really go very well. None of the kits that they made I remember selling particularly well at all. Okay, I think I'm done playing with his feet now. They really aren't that grippy. I don't think they're doing a whole lot to actually give him a good anchoring point to the ground, because with the perfect raids where they use the grippers on the feet, it kind of makes sense because they're very heavy kits. But with this model, there just isn't enough mass here to really gain anything from the rubber footing. I don't think it's helping that much. Unless you have him on like a glass tabletop or something that's really, really slippery, I don't think you're gaining a whole lot from the added grip of the pads on the feet. Okay. Let's move on to the next page. Labo Rain Latex Suit Edition. That would be a really good way to do it because they did like their gloss pieces in that line. Labo is dead and I dance on its grave. I was not a big fan of the line. You build them, but they don't do much. Nor do they look very good. No, that's the thing, is that they're more expensive than prize figures and they don't really look any better, and there's like better figurines you can get for that kind of money, so unless it's the only way to get a character, it doesn't make any sense. Like, that's why the Miku one sold so poorly. Do you realize how many freaking Miku figures there are, especially of like her basic ass default outfit? Like, you could buy a figure for $12 that looks just as good as the Labo, so surprisingly no one bought that thing. Except for me, because I specifically wanted a Labo kit. If they want a figure, why would you want a Labo? They don't need nubs on their stuff. Yeah, there's so many better looking figures out there for the people that really want a nice figure. Do you think we'll get 00 Season 2 Gundams as MGs? I think it's possible. I don't really feel like the Season 2 Gundams need them as much as the Trailblazer Gundams do. I'm not good enough for all the resin kits for the girls. I can't justify the super expensive statues. I want to get into resin kit painting soon. With the figurine type characters, it's really tough to do because you have to do all the shading and stuff, and I cannot paint eyes for the life of me, so I'd probably have to stick to those resin kits that give you water slides for the eyes. But man, there's some nice looking figures out there that I would like to paint for my collection. Although some of those garage kits go a little bit beyond what you can show on YouTube, so they might not be streamable. I actually can look at your stream avatar and can imagine that would be your VR chat avatar in a Gundam game. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just like a VTuber avatar. I could, at some point, maybe, at some point I would like to get like an actual rigged avatar based off of this design, although that's fairly expensive, so I probably wouldn't be doing that for a while, but at some point in the far, far future, maybe I could make like a full 3D avatar of it. And yeah, the mouth doesn't always move because I need to refresh the browser window to get it to work sometimes. It's really I'm using a kind of janky setup to get it to work because I couldn't get the normal software that people use for these type of avatars wasn't working for some reason, so I had to use the janky workaround, and it sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't. Hamon on a beanbag is indeed locked behind the resin wall. Yes, it is. Figma started doing Ruby characters finally. I guess 2D drawings from Ice Queendom would be easier than Blender. Yeah, they do seem to focus on like anime stuff specifically. Although I am kind of surprised that they didn't do Ruby earlier. Like I feel like it was just a matter of the show not being popular enough at the start, and then once the show got popular, I guess they decided because it wasn't like a new show anymore, there maybe wouldn't be enough of a demand for it. So now that Ice Queendom is kind of like a new thing in the Ruby universe, I guess they were able to use that to justify finally making the figures. They did give them Pop-Up Parade figures, though, before the Figmas. And by the way, Pop-Up Parade, that is such a great idea for a figure line, because they're basically Figma-sized. So you can put them in with your Figma display. So if you have a series where there's like a main character that's like really action-focused, they can make a Figma of him. And then all the like side characters, they could just do pop-up parades of, and you just have like this nice display of everyone together. They're all in scale, and sure, you can't control the poses of everyone, but in general, they look really good together. And the best part about the pop-up parades is they're like $40, and in terms of anime figures, that's basically nothing. Like for the quality of those figures, that is a really good price. The character selection is amazing. That is a really, really good line. No, you don't understand, because Labo's all plastic. You can hot glue it as much as you and then clean it. Oh. I hate that I know exactly what you're talking about, Zodin. But yes, I imagine the gloss plastic does probably wipe clean very well. Fucking hate that you brought that up. There's some things that are just better left forgotten about. Let's finish these legs. They have Weiss's Figma 600 or something. Why couldn't they have all 4 colors in the one set of 100? I mean, I don't think they do them as a 4-pack. I think they would do them as separate figures. Where's the other piece for the back? Oh, it's 27. Oh, hey, TypeSod. I'm just working my way down the body. I've mostly finished the legs. We're gonna be working on the FEET soon. You missed me putting the grip pads on the bottoms of the feet, but aside from that, it's been pretty uneventful. Aside from some occasionally cursed conversations, but that's just normal 2S stuff. Ruby Ice Queendom was garbage, so I don't care. I mean, from what I've seen, Ruby in general is not that great. I watched the first 2, maybe 3 seasons of it, and then I just kind of lost interest, and everything I've seen of it since makes me feel like I'm really not missing much. They do, it's just Figma's official site categories for their figures under either new or... Oh, okay, so it's like how they categorize it on the site, yeah. I think I kind of get what you're saying. Now that we have all the Season 1 Gundams, I wonder if they're going to do the red Innovate copies of them that have the Jinx eyes. The red Innovate copies with Jinx eyes. What the heck are those? I've never heard of that before. Is that like a Build Divers thing or something? I don't remember there being red Innovate copies of the Season 1 Gundams. You're not talking about the Throne Gundams, are you? I legit have no idea what you're talking about. I've never seen red versions of the Season 1 Gundams with Throne eyes. I've seen the Trans Am versions that are like the kind of translucent pinkish color, but I've definitely never seen what you're talking about. Watching X-Arm is better digestion than Ruby. Honestly, from what I heard, X-Arm was kind of shit too, so. How does this go? What? Okay, so I'm supposed to hook it under. I guess I'll go ahead and put this on there. Oh, it's from the stage show. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen that. They appear in the Estrella 2 metal build video. Is there no way to move this down? This hinges, right? Yeah, it's a hinge. Okay, that's what I thought. It was just so tight that I didn't realize. Come on. Get on there. There you go. That is a really tight hinge. Okay. Want to add the Else Jinx as an actual kit. The one Eye's got a replica arch. So those that fit in my own One Eyes collection. The Wyndham and Daughters have 3. Okay. Alright, D11s, right? Yeah. Yeah, type star, that's pretty much what I've heard about Ruby. I almost can't believe it's still going, but I guess it's far and away the most popular thing Rooster Teeth has done, so it makes sense they'd keep continuing it. It looks like a bootleg Dark Matter Exia. It's starting to ring a bell now. How do you... Parts fitment on this kit is so freaking weird. There we go. I'll check out that Exia once I finish the legs. Here's the piece that I just trimmed. Oh, I already cut it out. Oh yeah, that is true. They have red versus blue as well. That is their other big thing. Considering I think it's literally just a color swap, you can just go Kid Named Paint. pinged you on the Discord to us with the images. Okay, I'll check that out. Oh. Yeah, I've never seen these before. See, I feel like they could be easy P Bandai fodder. It's just that I don't think anyone knows what these are. And they don't really look cool enough to sell themselves just based off their own merit, so I can't see them making those even as P Bandai kits. Because we didn't even get Trans Am versions for them past the Dynamis, which must mean the Dynamis one didn't sell as well as Bandai was hoping, so those type of like color swap repaints of the Season 1 Gundams, unless there's something really cool about them, aren't something that people are gonna buy. Okay. So, I don't usually do this during streams, but I am very, very hungry right now since I had a light lunch. So, I'm not going to end the stream, so do not go anywhere. I'm just going to put you guys on standby for like 5 or 10 minutes while I go grab a snack, and I will be right back. So, see you in a bit. Alright, so I'm back, but I'm assuming you guys don't want peanut butter chewing ASMR, so I'm going to dip back to the standby screen for a minute until I'm done eating. Yeah, so in retrospect, peanut butter on toast was probably the absolute worst thing I could choose to eat while building a model kit and talking into a microphone, but it was the most readily available thing that I had, so there we go. There's that taken care of, so we can go back to building. All right. Oh, great, we're on the feet. Perfect. What a great thing to come back to. You know, I've had a nice little meal, I'm feeling refreshed, and the first thing I see just smacking me right in the face is a big old pair of God Gundam feet. That is just what I wanted to see today. Yes, Dipper, it's some hippie brand of peanut butter. And chunky, because that's the only good kind. The reason the Metal Guild builds get so many figures is because they're very, very easy part swaps to make between them, and with those being such expensive figures, they want to recoup their costs as much as they possibly can. And apparently the metal build audience, whoever they are, keep buying them. I guess because of the higher price of the metal builds, they don't need as many customers to keep the line going, because I definitely don't see as many people with metal builds as I do building Gunpla. No, Dipper, I don't have a... That's not why I like the chunky peanut butter. I like it because it's crunchy. Okay, it has nothing to do with choking. I don't choke on my peanut butter. I'm not a toddler. What's the average consumer's purchasing habits with Gunpla and Plamo? I would imagine if you're talking about, like, actual dedicated Gundam fans internationally, I suspect they probably build, like... I know there's going to be people in the comments in the stream chat going, oh, well, actually, I build, like, 20 kits a month or whatever, but realistically, I feel like most people probably pick up, like, 2 to 5 kits a month, maybe. Both high grade and master grade, maybe 50-50 between them. Well, I suspect the average consumer in Japan, including more casual anime fans and just random kids building model kits, I would say it's probably close to maybe a high grade every couple months, if I was to say as in terms of sales volume. Big feet at the gun. Yes, the Gundam Mark III does have big feet. It has very long feet. It's got those... Oh, crap, what's his name? The designer guy that made all the designer guy that made all the Zeta suits, and he did the Elgaim mecha. He always gives everything long feet, long toes, and high heels. That's like his look for his mecha. They've definitely got a style to them. The God Gundam's feet are good for kicking, if nothing else. Yeah, they are. They are good for kicking. They've got grippy bottoms. And they've got articulation. On a profit per mold ratio, Plamo does become more profitable over time. That is true. There's very little manufacturing cost to making another batch of these. It's just a matter of dropping the molds back in the machine and printing out a few hundred more. Honestly, given that it's their own factory and they can do whatever they want with it, they probably don't have to worry about MOQs as much. So they could, if they wanted to make a run of like 50 kits, they probably could, given how easy it is for them to switch from making one kit to another. Because one of the problems with manufacturing figurines and action figures is that 99% of the production has to be done by hand. They have to be assembled by hand. They have to be painted by hand. All of that work has to be done by workers by hand, and those workers have to be trained on how to do that for every single figure that they make. So if they do figure A, a batch of like 500, they have to do like a batch of like 500 of them first of all, or probably more, probably in the low thousands, in order to actually make it viable to train up the people to make that specific figure. And then when they move on to figure B, they have to retrain them again, and then again for figure C. And if they have to do another run of figure A, well, they've retrained their employees for these other figures. They're not going to remember how to do the first one, so they have to retrain everyone again to go back to figure A. And depending on the size of the factory, it might not even be the same people working on it, so they have to basically train them from scratch. And it becomes this big pain in the ass to re-release an older figure. Well, with model kits, they can just drop the molds back in the machine, spit out another batch of runners, and they're basically good to go. So it's much more economical from that standpoint. So I'm not surprised at all with how much Bandai tends to reprint their model kits. What does surprise me, though, is how little some other companies like Kotobukiya do, because I feel like they are definitely missing some opportunities to reprint their older kits. Nagano does the high heels. Okay, that's what I thought. But he didn't do the... Yeah, I figured he didn't do the Mark III because it's an MSV design, but it definitely was designed to be in his style. 2 to 5 kits a month. I'm averaging between like the casual builders and also the crazy builders, because there's people I've seen that buy way more than 2 to 5 kits a month. And by the way, I am not one of those people. I just have a massive backlog. Cute cat. Yes, the cat is definitely making herself known. She begged to come in the room, and now she's begging to get out of it. Fujita did the Mark III. His name is literally in the MS name. What is his name 3 or something? Is his name Mark? Is he Mark Fujita? Just because of the ease of reprintability, figures can't reprint as often because of the much larger labor. Yeah, exactly. I can tell you this Bandai Plamo made less than 10 times what Tamashii Nations are doing. There are reports of that weekly. Yeah, they definitely have, like, they definitely make profit off the figures. Like, that's why they're so expensive, but it's still a lot more feasible for them to reprint the models and the figures. Bandai Moderator, the best of reprints IMO. I don't know what Koto's deal is, maybe a licensing thing. I would imagine it's probably a licensing thing, because you'll notice that Bandai doesn't reprint their licensed kits as much as they do their Gunpla. Like, you don't see them reprinting the Code Geass kits, you don't see them reprinting the Sakura Wars kits. A lot of that licensed stuff, they kind of don't do as much as the Gunpla. And yes, the cat has inserted herself into this situation, so you might see a glimpse of a tail or two. What do I need? D8. There we go. Those are some big ankle guards. Oh, the designation is MSF, F for Fujita. I see. I was not aware of that little Easter egg. And there's your cameo. Aoshima is all traditional models. Yeah, they really mostly just do aircraft and car type stuff from what I've seen. They're the only things they've done outside of that that are a little bit more anime-like are the Macross Girls kits, and I don't think they reprint those very much at all. The licensed stuff is way less popular. It often shelf forms due to bad pricing, bad associated properties, and occasionally bad designs. Yeah, I do wish some of the Koto stuff got reprinted though. Especially even when it comes to like their frame arms and Megami device, it seems like they're much more likely to do a color variant than they are to do a reprint. Like, I don't think they've ever reprinted the original version of Astra and Ninetales, but they've made 2 or 3 different color variants of her since the first one came out. I do kind of regret not getting that kit when it was available. Because, like, the color variants are okay, but I don't think any of them look as good as the original did. I'm not a huge figurine guy when it comes to scale figures, especially the bigger scale figures, but I gotta say, those 2-to-1 scale, and yes, that is such a wild scale to see figurines in, but those 2-to-1 scale figures that Kotobukiya made of the Astra, Archer, and Ninja do look really, really nice together. Those are some very nice looking figures. Probably out of the price range that I would ever pay for something like that, but who knows. Maybe I will pick them up someday. Aoshima is just a publisher. They import Chinese... What? They import Chinese kits and sell them like their partner with Orange Cat Industry. I did not know that about them. Huh. So they're almost more like a distributor than an actual manufacturer. That's interesting. You can find a lot of other Megami device stuff getting prints. So yeah, it might just be like a thing with Ninetales. And I understand them not wanting to reprint some of the really old Frame Arms Girls kits because those were definitely pretty janky. There's a reason that all the Gorais and what's the other one? Stiletto. The first two girls they did were really, really janky. So I understand why they only make variants of the Kai versions of them now. But you know, sometimes a lot of times with the Megami device and Frame Arms Girl stuff, I just have to make sure that I get them when they come out, because that seems to be the way you have to do it. Is that a nub mark? Yes, it is. Okay, so I can safely remove that, even though it looks like a peg. Also, Koto's reprinting the Red 5. Oh, cool. That almost seems like something that you'd see Moderoid make nowadays, but I guess Kotobukiya grabbed the license back in the day. Going on a big reprint wave of Metal Gear stuff. Okay, that's cool too. Must be capitalizing on the hype for the Snake Eater remake. I wonder how much heads-up merch companies get with that sort of thing. Because sometimes, from what I've heard, it seems like they aren't really given much more information than what people know publicly. But, you know, I wonder if they get like a little heads-up from Konami, like, hey, by the way, we're making a new Metal Gear game soon, so you know, now would be a good time to make some Metal Gear stuff. Because it's not like they just bought the license; they've had the Metal Gear license for a long time. Koto did Red 5 and Gold 4. Okay, so they didn't do the whole team, which, I mean, that's understandable. Like some of them just look kind of eh. So I would say Red 5 is definitely the most appealing looking one out of the 5 from like a marketing standpoint. I mean, when the show was actually actively airing and people were like currently watching it, I could see maybe doing the full team. But in like after the fact, I can't. If I was like looking at that from like a business perspective, I would be very leery to do anything other than Red 5. Rose 3, yeah, exactly. Rose 3 would never happen. That thing's basically just a mobile armor. Went a little too aggressive with that one. Actually, my blade's getting kind of dull. I feel like it dulls faster on this plastic because it's so brittle and it's got that coating on it. Well, it's not exactly a new blade either. Okay, let's assemble these feet. Put on the back. They could do a Red 5 Plus. Yeah, I would say Red 5 Plus would be much more feasible than the rest of the team. All right, now for the other foot. Yeah, not only is it a remold, but it's also like the main character's mech, so it has a little bit of that recognizability. I'm really not sure. Like, I'm not. I know I keep hearing people say that Majestic Prince was apparently super popular when it came out, but I don't really know how much staying power it had. Like, I feel like there's not a lot of people that are like still hyped to see new Majestic Prince merch, so it would kind of be a hard sell in that regard. All right. So what? What are those A pieces? Oh, I see how these attach now. it attaches to that little piston piece on the top of the foot, and that's how the ankle armor connects. Okay, so it kind of floats on top of the foot instead of being attached to the back like it is on a lot of high grades. I just learned about this company. I don't know what they do, but their mascot is a modified Gundam Ariel, and they're selling merch of it. Yeah, that's a lawsuit. That's 100% going to be a lawsuit. With how lucrative Witch from Mercury is right now, and how recent it is, there's no way they're not getting sued for that. Not in Japan. There's cat hair all over my desk now. Still don't get why they're making new Kyokai. I have no idea, like, who the market for that show is, because no one watched it, no one bought the kits. They were just warming the shelves everywhere when they came out. Those were not. There was nowhere those kits were selling well, so I have no idea why they thought that it was worth making a second season of that show. The only thing I could think is maybe for some reason they signed a 2-year contract with the writer at the start, but I can't imagine why. With how many like mecha dud shows Bandai's had, I don't know why they would be short-sighted enough to try and do that. That would be such a bad decision for them to make that I can't imagine that being what they did. Popular enough to appear in random TV shows now. Yeah, I saw that. There was like some drama show that had a like a character that was obsessed with Guel, understandably. And then I think I saw like there was like some other anime that had like a poster for it in the background. I wonder how. I feel like those are the kind of references that are really going to date a show in the future, though. Like, I'm not a fan of referencing like other actively airing pieces of media. Because, like, it's fine if it's, like, a classic or something that you know people are still going to recognize in the future, but sometimes in these shows, when they try to reference something else that's currently topical, it just becomes really, really cringe when you're going back to watch the show years later. It's like putting memes in a movie. You sure it was popular? Because the only thing I remember hearing from Majestic Prince is, oh, hey, that looks like Seed. Supposedly it was popular in Japan. I mean, it was popular enough to get a lot of attention in SRW30, so clearly someone likes it. And yeah, Majestic Prince definitely has that Hirai look. Okay, let's take a look at those feet. I mean, I guess I might as well do the legs in general. Just turn this down so the white's not being blown out. So here's his legs. His hips can come out. He's got like this weird like broken leg joint here. So you can, I guess it's so you can do like kind of like a legs cross type thing. His knees don't have any sort of, and this is kind of disappointing to me, honestly. There's no shifting armor gimmicks anywhere on this kit. It's just regular joints. Like, come on, this is a premium kit. Nothing outside of having a gloss finish on the parts, which is just whatever. Nothing about this figure really feels premium. Nothing about this kit figure hybrid. The foot moves up and down. It can pivot side to side. You do have the toe bend. It doesn't go down, but it does. It does. I think it doesn't go down. Maybe it does. Okay, so the midfoot doesn't bend. It's just got up and down at the ankle, and then like a flip-flop joint kind of in the back, and then the toe goes up. And then he's got the grippers on the bottom. So the legs are fine. I think from an articulation standpoint, it's okay. I'm just a little disappointed that there's no armor shifting of any kind. It's a very basic feeling figure. Or like with the Harui dance, I only saw it being passively implied in something I recently played, and I felt freaking old. Yeah, like that's like a classic reference. Like that's understandable to reference, you know? But like when it's like a character from a show that's actively airing right now, that just feels like it's gonna date your show way too fast. Yes, he's got the erupting burning grippers. Oh wait, I forgot they actually did that with Battlelog, didn't they? They had the version of the God Gundam where it had the burning kick instead of the burning finger. Ah, she's whining at the door now. Alright, fine. I'll let you out. Go. And don't come back. Okay, that's all the legs done. So now, we're not even 3 hours in, we're making good progress. Now we move on to the waist armor. Set the stickers off to the side. I'm probably not even going to use the decals for this. None of these really appeal to me that much. I don't think they look that great. Yeah, these are going off to the side. Also, they seem like they're cut really weird too. They have that they have like that really old master grade decal look where they have just these super big square cuts around all the stickers, and it just makes this look like a sticker sheet from like a 90s master grade or something. It's a really odd choice for a kit like this. I think Gundam is more staying power than the Titans of the 2000s. Gundam in general, yeah, but like specifically Witch from Mercury is a weird choice. E15. So the side skirts are actually attached to the back skirt piece. And the abdomen just kind of floats over the top. This is coming along okay. We should be able to finish the God Gundam tonight. I think the fact that we haven't had as many fitment issues has been really moving things along. Also, the fact that I haven't been blindsided by Jizzle Jizzin tonight in the same way that I was last time has really helped with the efficiency of the stream as well. Azumanga however, by virtue of being the best show ever made, is timeless. Oh yeah, like that's a classic for sure. I haven't even seen it before, but I know exactly what show you're talking about, and I've seen at least a couple scenes from it. So, turn that down a little bit. Perfect. So these are gonna go onto here, right? There we go. Just a bizarre adventure. He could be a JoJo. Honestly, no, that's not really a JoJo name. He'd have to be named after. He'd have to be like named after a song that has jizz in the title. D14. Just these little round pieces. I think these are the holders for the beam sabers. Yeah, they definitely are. Those are some big beam saber handles. They're very long for even for master grade sabers. It kind of looks like they're designed to be held with two hands on the handle. Stand name Oskitsky. The worst part is I could 100% see that being an actual JoJo stand name. There's nothing about that that makes it incompatible with JoJo. What's the best Protag suit and why is it? It's not the Core Gundam. The Core Gundam is terrible, but best Protag suit? I mean, if we're talking just anime specifically, Strike Gundam is so cool. Like, yeah, Seed sucks, Kira sucks, but man, you can't knock the Strike Gundam. That is such a cool Gundam design. And as far as just like basic standard lead Gundams go, that is such a good Gundam. And so versatile with the different striker packs, but it's still got a really great base design too. That is an excellent lead Gundam. Oh, sorry, I can't read. The build burning is way better than the Core Gundam. In fact, build burning is probably second to the Strike Gundam overall. Just amazing design. Looks cool. It's got cool kung fu fighting. He's got flame effect parts. Great Gundam. Yeah, I can't imagine reading ID. That's such a foreign concept to me. I just don't know how I would even do it. When I say Core Gundam, I mean take into account its armors. Even with the armors, I don't think the Core Gundam's very good. I'm really not a fan of the overall look of the planet armors. The Core Gundam on its own is yeah, the Core Gundam on its own is so stupid. Alright, so for the front skirts, what are the smaller ones for? Oh, back skirt. Did I see the bootleg? Oh, the bootleg build burning that has the effect parts for the bird? Yes, I did see that. That looks really cool. Better idea for an MGX. MGX strike, extreme point, extreme number of accessories. Yeah, they kind of did that with the Perfect Raid. They gave it the full 3-pack of all the equipment. Extreme number of accessories includes, oh, every striker pack Bandai's ever made. That'd be a hell of a kit. Where even is the Bee Runner? It's been so long since I've used it that I forgot what color it even was. This is clearly not the correct parts, but I'm going to cut them out anyways. Yeah, the build burning Gundam, I saw it. They already made that. The Chinese Strike MG has every pack. But they did they do a version of the Strike that includes every pack in the box, though? Or was it every pack individually? Because I don't think they've ever done all the packs for one kit. Like, as a part of the same kit. You see the kit that's like $50 now, and then think back 5 years ago when it was $14. Such pain. Yeah, that's just how that is how it be. Everyone looking at the H3 Thrones right now be like, why are they so hard to find? The Thrones have always been kind of on and off kits where they're either everywhere or they're impossible to find. And they're probably going to be cycled back into reprinting some point soon. Honestly, I'd rather just get better kits of them at this point. The high grades are not great. We need some good full mechanics Throne Gundams now that they've completed the Drucky trio. Dipper, which Strike Gundam are you talking about? Because that sounds really cool. Bandai hates reprinting any kit that isn't the main Gundam or antagonist. It seems like they kind of do it in waves. Like they'll reprint a bunch of 00 kits, and they'll reprint a bunch of seed kits, and then a bunch of build kits. And they'll kind of do it something like that. But lead Gundams are definitely a lot more likely to stay in production. What am I missing? Oh, sure, they love reprinting main antagonists. That's why MG-The-O is everywhere. Well, MG-The-O isn't everywhere because it's an incredibly expensive kit that very few people buy that ends up taking up an astronomical amount of shelf space. Like, imagine for a moment being a hobby shop and having to, like, stock, like, any quantity of master-grade The-Os. They take up so much space. And that same amount of space could be put towards a perfect grade kit that is going to make you more money, going to sell faster, and also you're going to sell way more units of them. So reprinting something like the Master Grade The-O is a very rare occurrence because otherwise it just doesn't really make sense from a financial standpoint. Finding an HD Jinx that isn't over $50 is impossible. I feel like that was re-released not that long ago. Okay, cool, Dipper. I'll check it out. A12. Ah, yes, the black pieces. I see. It'd be cool if Bandai started doing full color manuals at some point. I know it costs a lot more to print in color, but just for the extra clarity, it could be kind of nice. Oh, and then we got that middle piece. I'll do that later. The box for the O is pretty big. It's close to, if not around the size of a standard perfect raid from what I've seen of it. Holy crap, that is every... That is every... Wait a minute. Wasn't this... This was an official Bandai thing, right? Like, this isn't even a bootleg. This was a straight-up Bandai kit. I remember this now. They included every single Striker pack with the China-exclusive Master Grade Strike. Yeah, wow, I completely forgot that existed. But that 100% was a thing. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. But Bandai themselves absolutely did release a version of the Strike Gundam that included every Striker pack. Huh. So when's the rest of the world getting it? And yeah, MG the O has a handle. It's like the Deep Striker, which also doesn't get reprinted much. Although I imagine in the long run, the Deep Striker will probably get reprinted more just because of how popular the design is. The O is really only popular with Zeta Gundam fans, while Deep Striker just has such a general cool factor that people are going to pick that thing up even if they have no idea what it is. Yeah, it's big because it's got big pieces. It's not necessarily an elaborate kit. It's just the same thing, but with physically larger parts. I did see a list of reprints for this month. Both HG Series, Virtue, Raphael, Reborn's, HRM, Heavy Weapons, Arios, Overflag, and Double O. Okay, so yeah, they're doing a bunch of Double O kits. I would expect them to do the Jinx then if they're doing all the Gundams like that. They usually do all of those kind of as a set. Man, I wish we'd get some sort of newer kits of the Trailblazer Gundams, either Master Grades or Real Grades or something, because those high grade kits do not do a good job of articulating all of the functionality that those Gundams are supposed to have. Like, outside of Quanta, which is okay, all of the others have some sort of gimmick that just doesn't get executed properly on the high grade. Whether it's the Banya's shield bits not separating properly, or Harut not having the head transformation, or Raphael not having the Sierra V2, there's something about each one of them that would just need a real grade or a master grade or some other type of higher end kit in order to properly execute. I would try and get a Raphael. Those are not common. Yeah, they really aren't. There's actually someone who has something like 300 Jinxes. I think I saw that Twitter post, yeah. Those look like advanced Jinxes, though, not the regular one. Or Jinx Force, one or the other. It was one of the variants of the Jinx and not the original gray one. Sheridan Saga is getting reprinted. Okay, cool. That's one that doesn't get reprinted a lot. That would be worth jumping on. I'm really surprised we never got the standard OOV colors for that. It's literally just a recolor. All they would have had to do was mold it in black plastic. Was it a mix? Because I remember just seeing the green ones. Although I didn't look too closely at the pictures. I've seen the Barzam guy, though. I'm assuming the Barzam guy is a different guy. He had some Jinx 3s, Outlaws, and some Jinx 4s. Advanced Jinx is the P-Bandai blue or pink one. Okay, then it was the... Whatever it was green. So it was probably the... Maybe that was like the Build Fighters one then. I'll need to double check those pictures. Wonder if they do an MG Arios, how they would do a 1/100 Gun Archer. They probably just straight up wouldn't. And if we ever did get one at one point, it would probably be full mechanics if we get one at all. I think I remember someone posting the Jinx guy recently. Maybe it was in Plamo. I believe so. Might have been on a different server. Oh well. I'll look for that later. The 3 Build Fighters Jinxes might have been at the... Oh, you mean there's 3 Build Fighters Jinxes overall? Yeah, I know. I meant the Build Fighters colors for the Jinx 4, I believe, is a green version of it. Because it wasn't the Accelerate Jinx or the... What's it called? There's the Accelerate Jinx, and there's the Jinx Striker, I think, was the retail one. And then there's the Jinx 4 with the green color scheme. And I think it was the green Jinx 4 that he had. Yeah, there's the Jinx with the skis, which I believe is the Accelerate Jinx. There's the retail one with the big gun and the funky head, which I believe is called the Jinx Striker. And then there's the Build Fighters Colors Jinx 4. Oh yeah, and then there's the fourth one you were thinking of, ID, is the Ogre Jinx from Build Divers. So yes, if you're going for the whole build series overall, there's 4 of them. MG Regenerate Gundam. Now there's something that's never going to happen. God Gundam is naked without his pants. He's not... I mean, he's not fully naked. He's got like the reverse bunny suit kind of thing going on where he has like the leggings but not the crotch area. It's almost pants, but in the most useless way possible. It's like he's wearing American pants minus British pants. This is probably my favorite version of the God Gundam. RG is amazing, but I like the scale of this one more. It's an okay kit. I'm just getting the feeling that this is definitely not worth the money that Bandai's asking for it. And like, I don't mind paying more for a premium model, but it doesn't feel like it's as premium as I thought it was going to be. The frame is, I don't know, I'm assuming you just joined the stream fairly recently because I haven't seen you in chat much, but the frame is very, very basic. It feels like they just half-assembled a Plumbo for you. It doesn't really have that cohesiveness that a figure would feel like it had. There's very little die cast, there's very little pre-painted parts, there's very little metallic elements to it. It's kind of just the inner frame of a master grade. So I really feel like this could have just been a normal MG kit and really not much would be lost from it. Also, the gloss coating's been really annoying for the fitment of some of these parts because there's been pieces like around the head and the chest that have really, really been fighting me when I was trying to put them together. But as far as the design goes, I do really like how it looks aesthetically. I was thinking of the fact there are 3 Jinxes in that OVA that had the Striker Jinx, but 2 of them were those were just Jinx 4s. Striker Jinx, Jinx 4, and Accelerate Jinx, yep, and then the Ogre Jinx from Divers. Wild to think the Jinx 4 didn't have a kit till 2018. Yeah, they kind of did this little resurgence of 00 kits where they just gave us the Jinx 4, the Advanced Jinx, and the Plutone kind of just out of nowhere. I mean, I kind of wish they kept going. Like, give us a high-grade Artemis. Give us a high-grade Rizal. Finish up 00, you know? Give us some of that cool MSV expanded universe stuff. No, I still haven't caught up with Witch. I'm probably gonna do. Well, it's gotten to the point now where I definitely can't get caught up on it in a single night, but I'll probably watch some of it tonight, maybe. The thing with me is I don't usually watch TV shows episode by episode as they come out. What I did with this first season of Witch was kind of an exception, and typically I'll wait until a show is finished with the season and then I kind of binge watch the whole season, but I am probably going to get caught up with Witch before the actual season ends, just because I do kind of want to... I want to get back into the conversation about it, you know? So... this piece... and this piece plus this. There are like 8 Gundams from 00 that have no kits at all. Abdul has a kit? When the heck did they make a kit for Abdul? Is that like a... was that like a not strict G, what's it called? I'm not actually watching anything anime-wise right now, Dipper. I just watch YouTube stuff mostly. Where does this go? This is a really finicky assembly. Oh, because it's based off of Valkyrie. No, that's too much of a stretch. They're not that similar. These don't really fit super great together. I'd say they don't fit very well at all. I probably have this misassembled again. This does not seem right. So, we have these 2 pieces. That one goes over the edge. And then these 2 holes go over these 2 pegs. Yeah, Lone Wolf, Crunchyroll's YouTube channel is really bad about spoilers. I just avoid them completely. They don't want to fit in the hole. No, I haven't been watching Oshinoko. I probably will at some point. What the... how the... So, okay. Let me show you guys this part so you can see what I've been messing around with here, but... the way these go together... Oh. Oh, I just straight up have the wrong piece. Never mind. I have the black pieces backwards. It's supposed to be the other one. This one. Yeah, I see what's wrong now. It was not going together properly because I didn't have... There we go. That makes so much more sense. Yeah. Okay, there we are. No longer prying itself apart because it's actually assembled correctly in the first place. There we go. Okay. Okay, fixed it. Fixed it. There we go. Crunchyroll just started uploading spoiler clips from the newest episode. Yeah, I hate that they do that. I haven't wait, they still show you their videos after you block them? That's annoying. I thought that's like a hard no for YouTube that completely kills that channel when you're recommended. Watch Oshinoko if you like the Ifrit Schneid, the heavy arms, the strike dagger, or the coral. I think I heard something about the Afrit Schneid having something to do with that show. I'm not exactly sure where it factors in. Those are for the back skirt, so I can set those off to the side. I need some E-parts. I get why Crunchyroll uploads popular clips from the episode, but it has come to a point where I can't subscribe to them because the algorithm favors their channel. Yeah, that's really annoying. Like, they should at least wait a couple weeks before they do something like that. It probably was you, Kat. Abdul and Salsud and their Type F variants, Artemy, Rysel, Germ Gundam Type E. Oh, Germ Gundam, that would be a really good one for them to do. And then the black versions. Yeah, there's a lot of double OV stuff. I would say Germ Gundam and Artemy are the ones I'd like to see the most, just because they're the most unique ones. Uploading spoiler clips on official channels. No, uploading soundtracks on official channels. You'd think they would do that too, but... Well, actually, YouTube's pretty good about officially uploading soundtracks now. They have like the whole YouTube music thing, so usually you see the official uploads for pretty much anything nowadays. Although it does take a while for the actual soundtrack to come out. We do finally have the soundtrack for the first half of G-Witch, though. I like that they did that. I also like to spoil Witch from Mercury to people when it just finished airing in Japan by posting pictures of it. Well, I appreciate you not spoiling it here. You need to start posting like fake spoilers and spreading them around before people start talking about the actual episode. Like right like a minute after it airs, you post like some like screenshot with fake subtitles of like, I don't know, Soletta saying that she's not gay for Miorine or whatever, and just make everyone freak out. The MSV in particular for 00 is pretty interesting. Then you see the Ahead and realize when they designed the Gundam Ariel, they just copied its body. From the Ahead? I think that's a bit of a reach, but okay. Why doesn't Crunchyroll license some popular OVAs like Time and Aski or Kangoku Senkan? Because those are hentai and they don't want those associated with their brand. And as for why a company like Faku doesn't do it, it's because licensing out HOVAs is a lot less practical than I think a lot of people in the West realize. Because the problem with that is that a lot of people don't realize this in the US because they're used to watching everything on like Hentai Haven or whatever, but those animated OVAs in Japan, if you're watching them legally, are freaking expensive. I'm talking like $30 to $40 an episode. And no one outside of Japan would ever reasonably pay anything like that. And if they were to, if any English distributor, whether it was, you know, FAQ or whoever, were to try and reach some sort of licensing deal with those companies, there's no way they would let them distribute those episodes for less than what they're selling them for in Japan. So it just wouldn't happen. The head and the aerial have the same body, super thin torso, super large waist, and stubby arms. I guess they have similar proportions. It's been a while since I've seen the head. I remember, yeah, the interspecies reviewer, even that was too much for them. Although that was because they were dubbing it. Something tells me they wouldn't dub Time and Inosagi. I think that's just a little bit. Although to be fair, when it comes to those type of OVAs, I kind of prefer when they aren't dubbed, because most of the times the dubs are not exactly great. And you know that none of their like A-list voice actors are going to want to work on that. We've gone a little bit off the rails, but I feel like we're keeping it very like critical and analytical, you know? Where does this go? Oh, it goes over the top. Okay. I'm gonna just pop that off for easier access. And quite frankly, I'd rather talk about the logistics of licensing hentai OVAs than feet, so as far as I'm concerned, we're making improvements here. Is that really where this goes? And yeah, I feel like the interspecies reviewers thing ultimately did backfire pretty hard on them. No, it goes back here. There we go. But there we go. That's where that's meant to go. Oh, right. The red parts of the abdomen were part of the frame. Okay, there's one last little piece that goes on the front here. Kristen Bell voiceover for hentai. I was thinking like those really old dubs, like the one for Viper GTS. What do I need from the A runner? It is 13. Oh, this piece. They did hentai dubs in the 2000s. The Usual Suspects would dub them under pseudonyms. Yeah, I think I remember that. The only hentai to get that kind of treatment in recent years was Itadaki CAK, and I have no idea what stars aligned to make that happen, because that was way past the point where pretty much the entire industry stopped doing that, and I haven't seen that studio or anyone else do that again, so I have no idea why that one specific OVA got the full licensing treatment. Blue Girl and Bible Black had dubs, but they were illegal. Yeah, I don't think those were licensed. Although no, the Bible Black one was uncensored, so there must have been some sort of official licensing going on there, because they wouldn't have released it uncensored for Japan. And yeah, Ghost Story, the dub of Ghost Stories is the actual content, not the anime itself. Like, no one likes Ghost Stories the anime, they just like the Ghost Stories dub. It's pretty much an entirely different show. And God Gundam is almost an entire Gundam. He still has his ass hanging out, so we gotta fix that. And then we can move on to the core lander, and we'll finally be done with this thing. Oh yeah, Princess Lover was a really interesting case. That was probably the only time I've seen them release a show that way. So basically what they did, for those of you not in the know, is it started out as a visual novel, right? Had some 18 plus scenes, it had a lot of not 18 plus content. So what they basically did was they made a full TV show for it with the main plot, and then they put all the 18 plus stuff into a separate OVA and released that separately, but both were official and both were like part of the same thing. So that was kind of an interesting way to adapt it, because I don't think I've never seen any other visual novel adaptations take that route before. So that was a really interesting way to go with it. Okay, so now we're bringing these pieces back in. These are getting reassembled. People would stitch together Persona Yukari voice clips using a performance, and is that where those come from? Okay, because I've seen those clips before and I didn't know the context. Now I understand where those clips come from. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Given the fact that Gundam's dived into Yuri, it's high time it dives into hentai. I mean, no, they're not. They're not going to. They definitely have helped out the industry a bit with characters like Rinko, but they're never gonna do any of that firsthand. I need to see parts. Is that how they're gonna? Oh, wait. Anaheim Girls Love Story isn't official though, right? Like that's not an official Bandai. That's not an official Bandai game. I think that was a Dojin game, right? Because like if that was officially Bandai, then holy crap. I mean, I guess it's not entirely off the table, because apparently Dynamic Productions, like Go Nagai's company, they actually made a couple of eroge for the PC-98 back in the day, fully official and fully 18 plus. And it wasn't even under like some like sub-label or anything. It was just part of their normal product lineup. Keep the few 18 plus conclusion scenes and an extra bonus OVA for the GPO4. Yeah, okay, it is a fan game. That's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute, there's no way that's official. Man, that would be funny if it was, though. Bandai makes Gundam, but it's literal. Oh yeah, like Nobel Gundam. It's Nobel Gundam getting plowed by the God Gundam. I mean, Kat would still watch it, but I think I'll pass. Oh yeah, Go Nagai was definitely never shy of nudity. He was a wild man. I've read a lot of his manga, and it amazes me that anyone at any point in time looked at anything that he has ever written and thought, man, this would make a great kids show. Like, who looks at the Cutie Honey manga and it's like, oh man, little girls are gonna love this. I don't remember exactly what it was. I don't think it was Mazinger. I think it was based off one of his other things, like Cutie Honey or something, but it was definitely based off a Go Nagai property. You don't remember it? It was posted back when the NSF... I mean, I don't even remember it from there. I remember it... I think I was just coming across it because I really like old like Japanese PC games, so I was looking through just like the catalogs of just like old games that were released for the PC-98, and I came across a couple that were by Dynamic Productions. I don't remember specifically what they were about, but they definitely weren't family friendly. And yeah, Devilman is also another manga I would literally never look at and go, man, kids are gonna love this. Okay, we're on the... So, good news. To get this train wreck back on track, the body of the God Gundam is finished. So the main body is complete. His shoulders, I don't think push in any further than this. I think this is just how the joints are designed, which is a little weird because I feel like there's a bit more of a gap between the shoulders than there should be. But for the most part, he's pretty fine. He's pretty all right. You know, he's got the flappy bits on his waist that move up and out of the way, although they don't. For some reason, they're not moving up equally on both. Oh, that one was moving up more because it just straight up popped out of the joint. That's not intended articulation. And it's also a pain in the ass to get it back in. Awesome. What a great joint design where the ball socket is so sunken into the body that you can't get the ball back in if it pops out. There we go. So... I feel like those aren't going to come up much further than that, so I understand now why the hips swing down the way they do, because that seems to be about the limit of it. He has a kind of disappointing knee bend, because while the articulation is good and the leg armor is shaped in such a way that it can pretty much almost get a full 180, there's no shifting armor, so it feels kind of underwhelming for a master grade. And I just popped the ankle armor off. Let me just stick that back on there. There's really not a lot holding the ankle armor on. This little insert black piece here is all that's holding the ankle armor together, so if you push on it from the wrong angle, it's really easy to pop it back apart. The side skirts also, they're on ball joints, so they can swing out to the side. So you can get a pretty good side kick out of him, which is pretty important for a God Gundam. And sometimes I don't rag on kits a lot for having limited articulation, but when it comes to the God Gundam in particular, I do have pretty high standards for it because this is a martial arts Gundam, so you really do want to have the articulation to get those good martial arts poses. Gona guy never shied away from nudity, but he also... Hang on, let me read the rest of that. He also didn't know shit about women's anatomy. Looks like he drove boot. He kind of does. Yeah, his art's a bit wonky in that regard. I think I have seen the Woundwort and Barzam combination. The Barzam is a hole in the... Okay, I see where this is going, Kat. RG fixed the articulation issues it had in a way. Yeah, there are issues with the articulation. It does feel a little restricted in the waist here, but the back pieces do move. Unfortunately, the back skirt's moving literally doesn't matter because there's these weird butt flap panels here that the leg just stops against. So these pieces moving back is basically pointless. All it does is give you a little more articulation space for the knee when you're bending it. So I would say that's kind of pointless. He does have the waist swivel. He's got a really, really nice forward bend. It actually bends in several points on the torso there, as you can see. I think he's got the... I want to say he has... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he has like the real grade high new thing going on where he can like double joint it up, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He does have a lot of side-to-side bend, though. That's obviously good. Not a lot of back. The neck's pretty much standard Gunpla neck. He's got some master grade style shoulders where you have like the swing out joint and the swing up joint. He can get his arms. Let me see if he can do the. Let's see if he can do the arms cross pose because that's kind of an important thing for God Gundam. I doubt he's going to be super great at it because he has really bulky biceps, so he might not. He just might have too much girth to get his arms across each other properly, but. Yeah, you can kind of get it. It's a bit of a stretch, but you can get a decent arms cross pose. You probably could cut the butt flaps off, and I don't think cosmetically you'd really lose. Oh wait, no, never mind. You can't because these flaps are for some reason how the side skirts are mounted. So the attachment point for the side skirt is the top of this flap right here, and they attach to the body from the bottom of the flap. So you could maybe cut it at a diagonal and get a little bit more movement, but for the most part, you're not going to be able to improve that very much. Now, fortunately, unless you're doing front to back splits, which this guy can't do anyways because of how little the front skirt moves up, you're not going to really need to move the leg that far back anyways, but it is still kind of an odd design. Oh, hey, Alex, welcome to the stream. Oh, cool. Which Comic-Con? I haven't been to any kind of convention since pre-COVID. Unfortunately, the one that I used to go to locally shut down after the pandemic, so they kind of rebranded themselves, but it's like a much smaller thing now, and it's more like horror movie focused than comics and anime, so it does not really as interesting as it was. Comparing to the original MG, oh yeah, it's an improvement over the original MG, but that's kind of like beating a 5-year-old in an arm wrestling contest. It's not really a high bar to cross. It's also 105. Yeah, and it's a lot more expensive than the original Master Grade too. So I'd better hope that it's got more articulation than it. Yeah, I would say now that the real grade exists, unless you really want a 1/100 God Gundam specifically, there's not really a good reason to pick this kit up anymore. It's not bad enough to not recommend it, but it's also not good enough to recommend it at the same time. And for a $140 kit, that's not exactly glowing praise. Honestly, I'm surprised more like bootleg companies don't try to make 1/100 scale versions of real grades. That seems like a really easy way for them to make some cash, you know? Make like a 1/100 real grade Zeong, 1/100 real grade, what else could they do? Impulse maybe, Tall Geese. Now the Tall Geese is already too similar to the Master Grade. If you really want a 100, just get... Yeah, honestly, I usually don't recommend bootlegs over the Bandai kits just because the quality and fitment usually isn't as good, but with this having fitment issues anyway because of the gloss coating, which the MJH version doesn't have, so that's a little bit of perk for it. I would almost say, like, it's so rare to say this because I usually don't like saying this for kits that are just a straight bootleg of a Bandai product because I think they're really lazy and uncreative, but yeah, in this particular case, honestly, MJH kit, not a bad choice. Not a bad choice at all. Yeah, you'd think the bootleg companies wouldn't just upscale the real grades to 100. Yeah, it's because like there's so many, like you see that's like one of the most classic bootleg things is, oh, we take the official product and we make it bigger or smaller. So bigger versions of real grades seems like such an obvious thing for them to do. That's effort though, and bootleg companies love making stuff that sells in Asia, so just rip Bandai seed molds. Yeah, but rescaling a mold isn't that hard. It's certainly easier than adding extra weapons and armor like they do sometimes, so I feel like it's well within the range of what they typically do. It might just come down to them not knowing how to recreate the B-frame runner type inner frames, because that would definitely be beyond their ability. Checking some of the unnecessary runners. I do like how many companies we're seeing out of China now that aren't just bootleg companies though and are actually making their own original kits. Whether they're original kits that are inspired by Bandai designs or completely original designs of their own, there's some really good stuff out there now. They could replace the B-frame parts with normal parts, but it's a matter of then they'd have to like disassemble the B-frame and figure out how to like cast each part of it individually and get the fitment right so that the kit doesn't completely fall apart. And it's a lot of work compared to just straight ripping a Master Grade, so I kind of understand why they do it. Arties as a whole have very little bootlegging. Yeah, because the pieces are tiny, the molding is sharp, and the part tolerances are insane. It's not exactly something that bootleg companies would be able to recreate very easily. On top of the fact that I feel like real grades aren't that popular in Japan. Like, they are. Like, obviously Bandai keeps making them, but whenever you see like a Gunpla Builders World Cup type event, you see a lot of people building master grades, you see some people building high grades. I have almost never seen a real grade at any of those type of events. It really, really rarely happens. Have I seen the Soul Vogue? It's a 1/144th China kit. $25, but a big 1/144th with a partial metal inner frame. I don't know any of these kits by name, but what you're describing does sound familiar to me. That does sound familiar. Mostly just because there's so few 1/144th kits coming out of China. Forgot how deep the camera is on the desk. That was off screen. Mate, they're Chinese 10-year-olds doing that labor. You can't expect them to know how to resize a kit. They can't even replicate an RG. Why you don't see any? I mean, you just you get your CAD drawing right, and you just go, whoop. You know, like it's very easy. Like, they do it all the time from bootlegs of like figures and stuff. Like, there's so many like undersized and oversized knockoffs of Masterpiece Transformers and other figures like that. Like, it's very much within the bootleggers tool belt to resize existing figures. So I can't imagine it'd be that difficult for them to do it with a model kit. That's probably just because real grades are horrible to customize. That is true. Small pieces in the B-frame. Yeah, the B-frame sucks for painting. That's the worst part about the real grade Strike Freedom. It's not just that the frame is an ugly shade of gold, it's the fact that you basically can't do anything about it. Like, sure, there's pieces that go on the frame you can repaint, but there's always going to be bits of that actual frame showing through. And you can kind of paint over it, but it's not really ideal. You'll likely run into engineering issues with Gunpla because the parts weren't designed to exist at big... That is true. That is something I've noticed with 3D printing, is that when you scale up a model bigger or smaller, you really mess with the tolerances. Because if there's like a 0.5 millimeter of space between two parts to fit together, and you double the size, all of a sudden there's a millimeter of space between them now, and they're not going to fit the same. Or if you shrink it down to half the size, all of a sudden there's a 1/4 millimeter of space, and now they fit too tight. So for something like a real grade with all those individual pieces, you'd have to resize and readjust every single one of them. And that would be a lot of work. I could still see them doing that though for some of the really potentially desirable kits, like a 1/100 real grade Zeong. I could see them maybe doing that for, just because that would be such an incredible display piece that I could see it being flashy enough that they'd want to risk making it. Not to mention, I was gonna say not to mention it's from Original Gundam, but Original Gundam doesn't seem to be as popular with bootleggers as stuff like 00 and Seed is. Man, the nubs on these wing pieces are ridiculous. They went from like the most precise undergating on every other piece of this kit to the biggest 90s ass looking nubs you've ever seen. Just for these 4 wing pieces. With Transformers, the kids are able to use glue to hold it together. The kits are just molds. You can't expect people to know that it will need glue. I mean, there's already like third-party and bootleg kits that have crappy fitment issues, so I feel like the Chinese kids know they need to use glue to hold them together. RGs also have the issue that the majority of the early ones had a horrible inner frame. Oh yeah, 100% agree, but I'm talking like the later ones, like I'm saying the Zeong specifically as an example because it looks so much better than the master grade, but like any of those like last like 7 or 8 real grades we've gotten, I think could be upscaled to make some really cool master grades. So rip the coating on this piece, I guess, because you have to just to absolutely shred it to get these nubs off. Yeah, UC is surprisingly unpopular with the bootleggers. There's probably a reason why, and I'm sure it's interesting. I think it just comes down to the fact that China didn't have original Gundam when it first aired, and because of the Michael Bay Transformers movies, there's a really big appeal in China for those super complicated mecha designs, and I think the UC designs are just too simple for them. Find it appropriate that Chinese Gundam base uses the Freedom Gundam from Seed. Yeah, that was kind of a funny choice for them, wasn't it? IMO red frame is better with the B frame. Red frame is better with the B frame because that's the only red frame kit we have that's smaller than the perfect grade and actually has the correct fingers. Red frame's fingers are such a hard thing to pull off for a model kit. I don't know. I guess they were just, when they designed the red frame as a mobile suit, they probably weren't expecting to make a ton of like merchandise and kits of it, so they just kind of incorporated elements into the design that just don't work for a model kit, and one of those elements is definitely the weird fingers. That is not something you would add to a design that you're fully expecting to make tons of figures and models of. You can always tell when a mecha design was never intended to be made into any sort of merchandise because they always make them just like super detailed. I think the Gaia Gear mecha are actually a really good example of this because if you look at those, it is stupid how much like complexity and detail there is to those designs. And the reason they did that is because they don't have to be animated, they don't even have to be drawn in a manga, and they definitely don't have to be made into merch. All they had to do was literally just draw each of them one time for the illustrations in the book, and then that was it. So because they didn't have to be drawn by animators over and over again, or by manga artists over and over again, or turned into a reasonably priced figure or model kit, they just went absolutely ham with the designs. And they end up looking like basically nothing else in Gundam as a result. Chinese love seeded kits because they remind them of the humanoid Bayformers. Yeah, they have that like, that really like flashy sort of excessive aesthetic is very popular there. Like if you look at a lot of the Chinese figures, like the motor nuclear ones, that really ornate sort of hyper detailed Chinese armor look is very popular with them. And that look translates to things like C and 00 a lot better than it does to the Universal Century. That's one of the things Nagano got pissed off about back in the day. Turns out you have to limit artistic freedom when making anime or basic model kits. Yeah, because someone has to draw that thing thousands of times per episode. You can't make it too complicated. Where it is. Or no, this is the small one. There we go. Okay. His niche is very beautiful. Yeah, Nagano does amazing designs. I love his work on Elgheim. I love what he did with Zeta Gundam. Really cool designs. Probably one of my favorite aesthetics out of the Gundam designers that we've gotten. What was the mobile suit in G Gundam that they intentionally made complicated so they wouldn't make kits of it? I have no idea. I've never heard of that story with G Gundam. I know Tomino did like some really passive-aggressive thing with like G Rekka where he specifically asked that like all the kits look like ugly model kits or whatever, but I didn't hear anything about that happening with G Gundam. Are these supposed to be offset? No. Oh. Okay, I see how they go together. I get it. With toys sell the franchise, what's the point of drawing something so complex it can't be made into toys? Yeah, exactly. And even if you're not making toys of it, just making it simple enough that people can actually draw it is kind of important too. Although that's less of a deal nowadays with the 3D animation, which I think is also responsible for kind of the shift in mechanical design you see from, I would say, like the early 2010s on, where a lot of the more modern mecha series we've gotten look so different from the older mecha, and I think a lot of that just comes down to the fact that pretty much any mecha series nowadays is going to use CG for most of the mecha shots, so they don't necessarily have to make the mecha simple enough to draw anymore. They can just model it in 3D once and then use that 3D model to animate the rest of the show. Wasn't Seed a big hit in China too? The FM claimed Raid and Forbidden, all of these borderline resin kit levels of detail, and Bandai knows which demographic it appealed to the most. I mean, Japanese builders like that level of detail too, and I think I don't know if China got Gundam Seed at release. Like, I know they obviously have it now, but I can't remember when specifically China opened up to Western entertainment, because I think it was, oh, I guess Japan wouldn't be Western entertainment, but I think they were very isolated with what entertainment they allowed in the country until relatively recently. Because like that's why we all of a sudden started seeing all that like Hollywood China pandering in the 2010s. It was because the Chinese market was basically brand new at the time, because as far as I understand, they didn't allow like foreign media until not that far before when that started happening. That could have just been for the US, so maybe they allowed Japanese media earlier. It was Nether Gundam, and they wanted to make a kit so silly that Bandai wouldn't even consider making it as a toy. Okay. Well, you know what? I want a Nether Gundam model kit, so you know what, random guy who worked on G Gundam, you failed. Tomino threatened the people to CG Reco. He said he made it again because the anime wasn't popular and he wants it to be. Tomino threatened the... Okay, I'm not reading that again. I have no idea what you said. I like the G-Reco design, which makes me mad the kits weren't done to their fullest. Yeah, they definitely had a look to them. It's interesting because when you look at some of the shows that it seems like G-Reco has like a very different aesthetic, but once you put it next to Ippei's other stuff like IBO and Moon Gundam, the similarities become really, really obvious. Oh, hey Mark, welcome to the stream. Yes, this is around the time where the morning people from Asia start to show up. Which series has more detailed mechs than something in the past? Yeah, because there's a lot of the mech scenes are CG, but then a lot of them are also hand animated too, so it could just be a budget thing at this point. China even now limits what's allowed, so I wonder if they even allowed the Yuri bait. Which series? Yeah, I feel like that would be a stretch for them. I'm honestly not sure how popular this show would actually be over there. In fact, I feel like a lot of the popularity of like the Seed, like those like super elaborate flashy designs, I don't think a lot of it comes from them liking the show. I think they just like the designs for themselves. Like, I think they just like the look of the cool flashy robot. I don't think they necessarily care what show it comes from. Because when you look at a lot of their original designs, they have that same kind of look to them. With how many yeah, the Nether Gundam definitely did get some cameos in Build. Come on. My knife is almost completely dull. I'm changing that blade. Is my fresh blades? Yes, it is. Probably reuse a windmill from something else to make another Gundam. I want someone to make a 3D printable model of the Nether Gundam. Because I don't think any of the Chinese third-party companies are going to make it, because I think it's not, like, traditionally cool enough. And Bandai's never going to make it, so it's up to the 3D printing community to save the day. Yeah, it's really hard to not cut yourself when you first change the blade, because it goes from needing to like put all your force into the blade to get it to move to all of a sudden it just starts gliding through the plastic. But yeah, those first few cuts are amazing. That's nice. So hang on, I'm gonna turn on another light in here. It's getting kind of dark. At the rate we're going right now, we are probably going to finish this kit right at the 4-hour mark, which is perfect because that's about the maximum I usually stream for. So, did I denub all of this? Close enough. Let's see how the fitment on these looks. There we go. Looks good. Someone made a oh, they did! They did make a conversion kit for it. Okay. I'll have to check that out. Oh yeah, I always get cut with fresh new blades. The blade demands blood sacrifice to work. Yeah, exactly. You got to recalibrate your strength to the new blade. Assuming this goes this way. That is correct. Really like how the white on the Gunpla head is I've been calling it Gunpla this whole time since I assumed that's what it was called, but it clearly isn't. How the heck do you connect these? Oh, like that. I see. I thought it was called the Gunpla, but it's Gunvulva apparently. And yeah, the color separation of the head looks really nice on it. I like how they got the yellow for the forehead sensor and the eye. That's a cool little piece. Those wing pieces are usually the most prone to break first on God Gundam kits. Yeah, they do feel a little flimsy. And the gloss coating also gives them this, they're not tight, but it gives the joints like this weird kind of scratchy feel whenever you move them. It's not exactly pleasant. Okay, now we build the main body. The main body of the Corelander. At this point, I can pretty much just cut out all the remaining parts in these runners because they're all going to be used for this. a stand connector. I don't think I'm gonna put this guy in an action base. He's just gonna be standing around looking cool with my other lead Gundams. You know, I never noticed a bit of color detail. The wings, when they're connected, give you the Japanese naval sunbeam look. Yeah. And the sun-like aura at the back, you basically have the old Japanese flag. Yeah, I think that's why they designed it that way. I'm pretty sure that was intentional. Fun fact, the Delphi decal, XS decals have a bunch of filler text on them that is just random stuff about agriculture. I think I've seen those, though. I think I've actually seen that before. I mean, it still doesn't top Quattro Vagina, but it's definitely up there. Right? I think that's the end of this runner too. Yes. Couple more pieces from the A runner. Whenever I paint, I always add a little bit of my blood to the paint so the kit always has a part of me in it. Never mind. There's a story from 4chan that I was considering sharing, but I don't think it's, even given the other things we talked about on this stream, I think it would be pushing it a little too far. What do you want to talk about then? The Unabomber? I mean, what's there to say about the Unabomber? He was a guy, he did stuff. I think he was in a cabin or something. I actually don't really know that much about him. I can't really have an insightful conversation about the Unabomber. Spider-Verse 2. I've not seen Spider-Verse 2 yet, but I want to go see it. It looks really good. I've heard it's really good from people that I know. Although apparently some of them didn't realize that it was going to end on a cliffhanger. I think they should have kept the part 1 in the marketing, so that was a bit more obvious. I remember when I watched the first Hobbit movie in theaters, I was astounded when the movie ended because I couldn't believe that they were going to stretch out that one little book into 3 entire movies. And I didn't realize that they were doing that going in. I thought the whole movie was just going to be an adaptation of the book. So I was sitting there in the theater for 2 hours going, wow, they're really taking their time with this movie. Do you mean that one rumor that a certain professional modeler puts a little more effort into their model kits than most people? It was the Nurgle one. The story from the game shop owner about the The guy with the Nurgle army. It's that one. He would get a little too into character when making his miniatures. The Nurgle army, you know, it's like a Warhammer thing. There's like there's different deities in Warhammer, and I think Nurgle, I don't really know my Warhammer lore that well, but I think Nurgle is like the god of like death and decay or something. I'm sure everyone who buys those Gravure kits is interesting. Like, it's one thing to buy anime girls, it's another thing to buy literal real people. Oh, as model kits. I thought you were talking about human trafficking for a second. I was like, yeah, I'm sure those are real interesting people. They're definitely very interesting. Probably have a lot of stories to tell. Yeah, when I heard The Hobbit was going to be a trilogy, I was like, how? Maybe 2 movies, but not 3. Yeah, Hobbit did not need to be 3 movies. They could have made one really nice, concise movie out of that book. Nurgle is the god of gamers. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's different. Yeah, it's not the same disturbing story you were thinking of. This is a completely different one. Hobbit looks really... It does. It does look good after... And honestly, the Hobbit trilogy wasn't entirely terrible. It just felt unnecessarily, like, long and bloated and kind of... Like, they could have made one nice... They could have made one good movie out of The Hobbit, and it would have been fine. They had to get their trilogy in. PVC is quite popular, not surprising. Oh, Penelope versus God Gundam. Yeah. And I think I might actually be familiar with Zodin's story as well. It does kind of ring a bell. I wait for the Del Toro Hobbit movie we never got. Wait, we were gonna get a Del Toro Hobbit movie? What the hell? That would have been so cool. Okay, Dipper, I know where you're going with this. No, I do not like hobbits. Not for that reason, okay? Now, if they shaved, that'd be a different story. Then we can talk. Visalis High Grade is getting a reprint. Just let it die and give us a new version. Yeah, I'd take a new anything with the Visalis at this point. The closest thing we have to a modern kit of it is the Mechanicore, and that deviates so far from the canon design that it's basically its own kit. And yeah, I've heard the Del Toro Pinocchio is really good. I haven't seen it myself though. I love stop motion, though, so I'm definitely going to watch it at some point. I know there's more than 2 gay marks on this. There it is. There's the third one. Okay. The Mechanicore is probably hard. Yeah, Mechanicore kits are a pain in the ass to work with. And honestly, I don't even really find the aesthetic of them all that appealing. They lean way too hard in the overcomplicated mechanical, just messy look. They're like the Bayformers of Gundam. Destiny Heine Weissenfluss. Which Destiny Heine Weissenfluss? The high grade? That hasn't gotten a reprint for ages. I mean, I assume it would have to be the high grade. All the others are exclusives of some sort. And not like P Bandai exclusives, but like actually hard to get a hold of exclusives. I'm pretty sure the Master Grade Heine Weissenfluss Destiny was like a pre-order bonus for an album or something. It's really, really, really hard to get a hold of now. I don't get it. Seed kits are popular in the East. Why didn't they make a revived version of the Stargazer? I don't think they would. I can't see them making a revive of the Stargazer. I could see it getting a Master Grade, but I don't think they do a revive for it. The HG. Okay, cool. Yeah, that would be a worthy pickup. The high grade Destiny revive's a really good kit. They said they weren't going to reprint it when they did it the first time. They lied. Well, I'm glad they did. I think, weren't the gold-plated versions of the high-grade Phoenix supposed to be something similar? Like the narrative Phoenix, where didn't they intend those to be like a one-off thing too? Because I'm pretty sure those have been reprinted. HG isn't good enough for Stargazer. The gimmick needs an empty. Yeah, oh yeah, I definitely agree. Master Grade Stargazer would be fantastic. Outside of maybe actually, here's the thing. I think I've gone looking for resin conversions for it before, and I'm not even sure there are any. I think if you want a 1/100 scale Stargazer, no matter how much work you're willing to put in, unless you're going to just straight up scratch build it, I think you're kind of screwed. Like half, if not more, of the IBO kits are getting reprinted? Okay, nice. Stargazer could easily work for MGX. It would be a perfect fit, but it's never going to happen because it's not a popular enough Gundam. Like MGX, it's not enough for it to need a gimmick that works and makes sense. It has to also be like a really popular mainline Gundam, and the Stargazer just doesn't have that level of popularity. But with that said, I think Stargazer would be perfect for a normal Master Grade release. Like, not a full mechanics, not a Verka, not an Extreme, just a regular, standard Master Grade. That is pretty much the perfect type of Gundam to do for something like that. And man, I think I showed them off in the first stream when I took them out of the box, but the effect parts for this guy's blades are just plain awesome looking. I mean, look at that. Look at those beautiful blades. The depth, the three-dimensionality, the sculpting, the jagged edges. Those are some really, really nice beam effects. There are customs of the Stargazer, but not buyable resin prints. Yeah, I think that's what I ended up determining. At this point, I'd take a full mechanic Stargazer, maybe different colors for different space agencies. Oh, that would be a cool collab. The plated HD. No, the plated Phoenix the plated Phoenix was originally a Gundam Front Tokyo kit, and that was the version that doesn't have the narrative tails on it. And then the narrative version with the tails was a retail release. They're two different kits. I'm tuned to like mobile suits of less popular series. Cries for age being ignored. Yeah, man, we need a Master Grade FX. Like, honestly, I don't care about the age 3. That's kind of whatever. But come on, give us that FX. Where do you go? Vigorous beam effect. Yes, it definitely is. Yes, age may ignored. Oh, look. Why do we have the full glance of the age? We did get the full glance, so we did get the full glance. So that is true. And it sold pretty well, so who knows? Maybe we could see more age stuff in the near future. Oh, it's got a fully molded cockpit for the lander. Look at that. Needs a little bit of gray paint, but it's a nice little detail. Independently moving thrusters. Okay, so oh. Flat side facing out. And facing towards the front. A good habit to build out is re-rise kits are getting reprinted. Okay, good. There definitely seems like they're getting caught up then. No, the glance is not in any build series, Dipper, but that is how we got the Tri-Age Magnum. Master Aid GM SP Sniper 2? I think the Sniper 2 is reasonably available right now. Now, Sniper Custom, that's a different story. That could use a reprint. There we go. He's got a little bit of flappy motion for his wings. Yeah, it would be nice for HG if they reprinted the Gundam front, if they rebranded the Gundam front kits as Gundam base kits. Give us that Delta Gundam 2 again. Oh, yeah, that is probably why we're getting the build reprints. That's a good point, Bionic. Okay, I think that's the full core lander. Yeah, so kind of articulates in like that. And then I guess you kind of like tip these down. And then you have the little flyer. Let's combine. Let me make sure this is in focus. There we go. I was going to try to make this elegant, but it seems like you just have to jam it in there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So there he is. There is the god of the Gundams, the God Gundam. The shoulders still look really weird to me. I don't like the gap there. I mean, it probably would mess with the proportions if they were any closer to the body, but it still doesn't look right. Let me spread out his wing thingies. Yeah, I honestly like how he looks with them closed better than open. I like the wings look that they have. Do I prefer the green screen on the lander or the clear one the HG has? I kind of like the green. I like how the green looks. I haven't seen G Gundam far enough to see the actual God Gundam in the anime, so I don't really care which is more accurate. The high-res red frame and powered red are getting reprints. Oh, okay, so there we go. I guess they do reprint them sometimes. Does this kit come with a shining ring aura? Yes, it does. That's one of the last things I've got to work on here. So, I got the ring. It's in a giant plastic bag. I'm just gonna slash this open with my nice sharp blade. That was less elegant than I wanted it to be. Let's try now. That is the least satisfying cut you'll ever see on YouTube. So the aura has a bit of glittery sparkle to it. It's got like, I don't know how they did this exactly, but it has like a holographic kind of look to it with these little sparkly circles depending on how you angle it with the light. Different ones illuminate, and it's a very, very mesmerizing look. I believe that's what these pieces are for, right? Wait a minute. Where do these pieces go? Because I don't... Oh, they're inserts that go in the holes on the back. Okay, good. So yeah, these just... Ah, crap. They're supposed to go in before... God damn it. I gotta disassemble the whole core lander now. I messed it up. I messed it all up. I forgot to put in the inserts for the pieces. Yep, I literally had to disassemble the entire core lander and go back to step 1. Crap. Maybe I can... Oh, wait, never mind. These halves don't extend all the way to the base, so I can just pry this half off. I can just reach in here. Kind of just... very gently loosen up the pegs. And then that comes right off. Okay, there we go. I think I saved it there, yeah. Now I can just add those inserts back in and close it back up. There we go. There we go. So no disassembly required. It does kind of look like Yu-Gi-Oh foil, yeah. Easy 8 2.0 would just be $30 more expensive, and the only difference is an inner frame you can't see. I'd rather see a real grade of the Easy 8 and God Gundam. I think, or not God Gundam, the Ground Gundam. I think that's two very different Gundams to mix up with each other, but I think the extra detail of the real grade line would look really nice with the more realistic look of the Ground Gundam. Yeah, exactly. It's idiot proof. That's why I'm building it this way, is I'm testing the idiot proofness of it. It's definitely not because I'm not paying attention while I'm building this. There we go. Okay. Snap those in. The wings don't tab together unless you have them all the way down to the bottom of their movement range. Then they lock in place. It's like they made it idiot-proof just for me. Okay, so now these pieces are what you use to attach the ring. So you stick them in here. And then they just push into those holes on the back. So if I lift these up and unfurl them, come on. Oh my God, we're like half an hour over. It is very late. But that's okay, we're basically done. I'm just gonna get the beam sabers built up, and I'm gonna show off the cool ring. Cool ring aura. I don't know if I'm assuming the low side goes down. So it's definitely not as cool as the one you get with the real grade. I like the real grades one quite a lot because it's got more depth to it. But you do get a sort of effect part with him. And actually I think it does go the other way. It's probably supposed to be offset downwards so it aligns with his lower body better. So I'm gonna give these the quick swap. Pegs back in there. Oh yeah, this is definitely meant to be this way. There. So there he is with his effect part. I feel like it's a little close to his back. I would have liked it if there was a little more separation and there was some depth to it. That is something that the real grade fixes, and I would say the effect part specifically is where the real grade very easily trumps the high-res model. In a few other places, it's kind of a neck and neck between them, but overall, I would say the real grade does beat it out. I should get an HD Raphael for a build stream. The Gundam itself, from what I remember, has a simple structure like a modern HD, but then it has a giant CRV2 on top. Yeah, and it doesn't transform. It's just a giant block that looks like CRV. Thank goodness they designed that piece, to disassemble the entire thing. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I already read that. Surprised there wasn't a separate CRV2. Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, it would be a really easy PP Bandai kit. Even if they don't make it transform, they could literally just... They could just recolor the CRV black, call it CRV2, and it would still sell. Like, it's such an easy thing to make. The small gray pieces seem easy to lose. Yeah, you definitely want to keep them like in a bag with the ring. Otherwise, you can't attach the ring to it at all. Think the high-res model is a better beam effect? I would definitely disagree on that. I think it looks really flat. I like that on the real grade, there's like several different ring pieces that have some nice separation to them. On this one, it's literally stuck straight to the backpack, and it just looks really... It looks really kind of tacky because of that. Like, he doesn't look like he has this ring of glowing energy behind him. He kind of just looks like there's a piece of plastic stuck to his back, so I'm not really a fan of that. I'm probably going to display this guy without the ring. I think I'm just going to have him... Whoop, very nearly lost that. I think I'm just going to have him standing with the wings down, since that is my preferred way of displaying the God Gundam anyways. I just really like the way that the folded down wings complement the silhouette. There we go. Uh-oh, I just realized there's another leftover part. Great. I guess they didn't idiot-proof the kit hard enough. Oh, the blade beam effect. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, the blade beam effects do look really nice. So where does this go? Oh, it goes in the back of the waist. Just plugs in right there. Okay, so yeah, that's the God Gundam. He's alright. I wouldn't pay 140, 130 bucks for this thing. I would just get if you really want to get this specific design for the God Gundam, I would just get the MJH. As uncommon as it is for me to recommend getting straight bootlegs of Bandai kits, I just don't think this is worth the money. There's nothing premium feeling about it. It's just a master grade. It's just a master grade with some gloss coating. That's really all it is. Not very impressive at all. Man, I could use these as like actual knives. These are some... Wait a minute. These are literally the same size as the perfect grade Astray sabers. The handles are the same size, and the blades are very nearly as long. These are straight up perfect grade swords. That is insane. So there's all those little hand pieces. I'm gonna put the other saber together. The God Gundam doesn't need a gun dipper. He is his own weapon. I have to do the Aquos armor or physical virtue at some point, probably. How is he to get a bootleg than the HRM? The bootleg's not out yet. MJH just announced it recently. It hasn't. I don't think it's even gone up for pre-order anywhere yet, but it shouldn't be too hard to find once it comes out. All the usual places should have it. If it's easier to get the bootleg God Gundam, then why not? Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a hard kit to find. Unless it ends up being really popular and sells out everywhere. So yeah, we ended up not needing the second set of foot grips. I don't know why they gave you two, but I guess if one wears out, there you go. It's not like you can use them for other kits either. They're very specifically pre-cut for this one. Jizin's face right there is 2S's thoughts in this kit. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. It's just kind of... Like, I'm not even really disappointed, I'm just judging it silently. Like I said earlier, he's got decals. I don't think I'll put them on it. I think the Japanese, not like literally Japanese language, but like the kind of Japanese script style writing they used for this decals here. I get why they did it. I don't think it looks particularly good. I don't think it matches the aesthetic of the Gundam. I'm gonna pass on those. I don't like how any of these like tech line stickers look either. I'll maybe put a King of Hearts logo somewhere, although I don't really need to because he's already got one. He's already got a really nice one embossed in the chest there, so I don't really need to add another, but I think I'm just gonna completely pass on the stickers. I'll maybe reincorporate some of those into another build, but for the most part, I don't think they look particularly good. So I guess that's about that for the God Gundam. Channel 2S is, as always, sponsored by New Tape HQ. Like I said at the start of the stream, they are having their summer sale right now. So if you click the link in the description, they got a lot of kits on sale. There's definitely some good deals to be found there, so definitely check that out. Also support the channel on Patreon. It's very helpful to me in keeping this channel going. I would like to stay and hang out and chat some more, but we are currently at 4.5 hours, and I am very hungry, so it's time to end the stream and get some food. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. As always, I'm your host, Second Soundwave, and I'll see you next time. Take care, guys. And end.